There are statements I made when I believed people would listen to me, at least as regards certain things which are important for us all. But now it makes no difference. But how come you are here at all? I mean, in my hotel room. I haven't been visited by anyone for a very long time. Which paper will you be publishing this in?
As a matter of fact, I'm a freelance reporter. Mr. Tesla, you were once a very wealthy man. You worked with J.P. Morgan, didn't you?
We were given a great opportunity.
And what was that opportunity?
It had to do with the course mankind has chosen and the one it might have chosen, which would have led in a very different direction.
Mr. Tesla, is it true that you once received some unidentified signals from space in Colorado Springs?
I have already made a very full statement on that.
And when was that?
At a press conference at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. That was in 1890.
Just one more question, if you don't mind. At one time, you worked very closely with George Westinghouse and Thomas Edison. Is it true that you gave up $10 million owed to you by Westinghouse?
Young man, Edison and Westinghouse are very different men. George and I still see each other often.
Mr. Tesla, George Westinghouse is dead. He died a long time ago.
I suppose you're going to tell me that Mark Twain is dead, too.
Well, he's been dead for over 30 years, Mr. Tesla. It's 1943, you know.
Well, you see, I was speaking to him just yesterday. But the man I really want to talk to is Morgan. And now, young man, I should be grateful if you would leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tesla.
Morgan. The others, they are always happy to speak with me. But Morgan, after all these years, he still refuses to answer. All these terrible things, they need never have happened. I told him that. I showed him what the world could be. He'd let me know, he said, when he was ready. I'm still waiting.
No technical problems there, was there? We didn't see
I
any.
think there was, mate.
I don't think so. Okay. Now somebody said one of the comments, somebody said that look face. fake. Actually, that was a shot taken from a movie. So that was not Nikola Tesla. That was the great late Stacy Keach that was doing the voice of Nikola Tesla. But it is a dramatization of some of the things he had to say. So without further ado, how is everybody doing? How are you doing, Nick?
I'm all right, brother. I'm all right. I'm a little bit on the I've got a bit of a cold, to be honest with you, so I might sound a bit nasally or just 420 too hard. Who knows, man? And I'm already there, so boy, don't out. But yeah, otherwise I'm all good, man. I'm all good, brother. I'm all good, brother. Rotary, you're around my area. Well, you should have sent me a message next time you're in Bristol or planning to come to Bristol. Give us a shout. You got me on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. So yeah. I hope you. What did you get down there, man? Was it a car? Twin tank run on vegetable oil. Really? But yeah. Next time, mate.
Yeah, I gotta say,
420.
And let's give thank you, Rotary, for the files that you sent over. Jesus Christ. I only put a little dent into it. I got to the UFO, just section that said UFO files, and I just got into that, the very first UFO files I got into. So thank you very much.
There's one thing I love about what you sent over, Rotary, was the fact that you got like old school, like I would say old school, but the very old cases that just it brought me back to like a nostalgic feeling. So I was like, oh, I remember those cases back in the day. What was it? Reynolds? Is it Reynolds?
Reynolds McGann.
Reynolds McGann. Going 18 years, bloody hell, mate. I tell you what, there's one thing I am going to buy. I love vintage cars, so I might get like my favorite car is a Rolls Royce, 1970s Rolls Royce or Bentley. But it just reminds me of Jimmy Savile. Because that's what I'm sorry, that's what he said. Damn it, I said the word. But yeah,
right. It's all right. It's just he who should not be named.
I know, a bit like Mustachio Man, you never learn. 420.
No. I don't think they have a problem with YouTube, but just personally,
yeah, I know. Yeah, it sends shivers down the spine, mate. 62 play. All right, okay, man. That's it's pretty recent anyway. I need to upgrade mine as well. NASA Files was photoshopped. I tell you what. Sorry, not photo. I tell you what, they put it through AI. I don't know if you heard this, guys, and especially you, Hedden. They put the photos through an AI generator, and they said all the files all the photographs of what NASA came forward with the moon landing is actually a thing. So, yeah.
Well, what they said was because I saw the release on it. They said what it was is they're making the Earth, because as we know with the new pictures that came out, we know the Earth isn't perfectly round. So they Photoshop it in a way to make it digestible to us, which I think is a load of bollocks, to be honest, because if we want to be looking at the Earth, we should be looking at the Earth in all its majesty, whatever it is. We should be looking at it. And that also alludes to conspiracy theories, bizarre, weird conspiracy theories, but nevertheless, they're just fueling it. But sorry, Jesus Christ.
That's right. But Jose, thank you, man. Yeah, Jose, man, I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, it's something's going along. I mean, I've been doing a lot of. I don't normally get ill, and when I do, it's only a short period of time. But these ones been lingering. It's just it goes right my sinuses. So if I do apologize, everyone, if I sound a bit nasally. So yeah, it's just what it is, isn't it? But yeah, but everyone in chat, Rebecca, thanks for being in here, darling. It's much appreciated. And One True Saxon, I can see you down there, and Black Dot, I can see you there as well. Someone called Alien Addict, I heard he's a bit of a dickhead. So yeah, we move on with him. You're muted. Adam, you're muted.
I know. I was doing no. But anyway,
hey, Joe, how's it going?
What we're gonna do, because I was talking about Tesla, and I said some things that were not right, and I think how we're gonna play this. I know that we're 420 years in the air, and so what I'm going to do is we're going to just look at some videos and have a chat. But we're going to start fundamentally from his life. We've got some great stuff together. We've also got the FBI files on Nikola Tesla. If you guys have not seen that, all the links will be in the description box after the show. I can't stress it. They're not in now because that's how I roll. You guys know this. I try and keep the links as long as possible because other people watch what we're doing, and it's how it is, man.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. We've got plenty of content to talk about.
Well, while I'm digging this up,
I would just kind of like link things into like the pyramids and everything, because I have to admit, me being a researcher, I always have to look down both sides. I have to look down on, so to speak, the mainstream media side, and then the other side is like conspiracy side. So linking, obviously, we'll do a little bit later with the pyramids and the new discovery of the pyramids. It is an interesting concept that the whole idea of the pyramids being an energy generator, which obviously links into Nikola Tesla, as we're going to be going into it today. But I've been looking at the skeptics and what they've been saying, because like I said, researcher, got to look at both sides. Don't want to stick down an echo chamber. And the people that say no, is more or less that was built for the foundation of the pyramids. It's like, yeah, but still, you're drilling down 1.5 miles. It's like 2 Eiffel Towers stacked on top of the other. This is how deep this thing was. That's quite impressive. I'm still going with the whim that this is an energy generator. There is a video called, I don't know if we can play Y-Files. He's got a really good content, and he was talking about the whole aspect of Nikola Tesla and his theory about how the pyramids was basically an energy generator, but how it was used and how it was powered by the water flow underneath, and it had a harmonic resonance that the pyramids gave off. It's a multitude of things. It's very, very interesting.
Well, now that you mentioned that, see, I got to say this. I had a really good comment come in on the pyramid video that we did.
Yeah.
And the guy was talking that about earthquakes. And he was basically trying to say that they're using the energy from the earthquakes because oh man, if you guys want to know what I'm trying to say, please have a look in the comment. You'll see his comment. I should have gone in and pinned it because it was really a good comment. I thought, wow, that's like somebody out there thinking. But what we're going to do, we got a video. So guys, if you got them, roll them. If you're not, just sit and chill back, and then we'll have a chat after. We got quite a few things to look at. Quite a few things to look at, because honestly, to really cover Nikola Tesla, the man, to really go in depth, we'd probably have to do 5, 6, 7 shows and a couple of hours. So we're just gonna keep it as brief and have a chill out. And then guys, if you haven't heard of him or don't know much and want to go look into it, because I've tried to find some good stuff for us to have a chew on, so to speak. So here's, I don't know how this works now, because there's something news coming up. Oh, I got it.
Yeah, dude, have they changed StreamYard? I got it.
Haven't they?
What? Yeah, they got an extra button here.
I'm looking at that. I don't want to click it because it could be
No, it's a present thing. It's if you want to bring the stuff up, it's just you got another button. What is the point of that? Hidden. Let's pitch.
I was just reading that. Enter the stars or unplug him. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wondered, because I thought I never used the Lord's name in vain.
What's that?
But it's not me. No, they're talking about somebody else. Oh no, won't sub, won't listen. But are you talking about me? Won't sub or listen to a person who constantly uses the Lord Yahweh's name. Vain. Go to go there, man. Well, if you're talking about me, just go there. Just go there.
Okay, right.
Thanks for popping in, though. God bless
Yeah,
you.
God. I was going to say that. I was going to say that in a sarcastic voice, but anyway, but yeah, nice one.
I don't know if they're talking about me though, because I have never used the Lord's name in vain. I have my views and opinions, but I never poo-poo other people's views and opinions. I never do. Even when I think they're as ludicrous, I still don't poo-poo them. I just say, God bless you, man. You know. But anyways, let's get on with this. Let's get on with this, man.
Yeah,
So
that's what you got.
This is just basically his life from start to finish. So let's take a look. If you got him, like I said, roll him. I think this is about 15 minutes long. And then we can have a little chat and go into other things about Tesla.
Yeah.
And then I'll share my, hold on. God, what is going on? Here it is. They've changed so much here. Well, they haven't, but it's just so bloody hard. Don't say it. Don't say it. Oh, there you go. I thought you was going to say it. All right. I'm going to start playing. I hope this ain't as boring as that interview with that woman, but who knows?
When you think about the greatest inventors of all time, there are a few names that come to mind. Henry Ford, the Wright brothers, Thomas Edison. But there's one name that is not as recognizable. When you plug your phone in, turn on the lights, or use the refrigerator, you have Nikola Tesla to thank. This is the story of the forgotten genius, and the story begins at the end. On January 7, 1943, a maid working at the New Yorker Hotel walked into room 3327, where she found the body of an 86-year-old man who called the hotel home for the past decade. Tesla died alone and broke. He lived off a diet of warm milk and crackers and was obsessed with feeding the pigeons outside. One of the greatest inventors of all time faded into obscurity and died penniless. There is a reason why this happened, which will become clear by the end of this story. Tesla was born in the town of Smiljan in present-day Croatia on November 10, 1856. He was born during a lightning storm. According to family legend, the midwife said halfway through the birth, "This child will be a child of darkness," to which his mother replied, "No, he will be a child of light." Little did she know how prophetic those words would be. When Tesla was 5, he witnessed his older brother fall from a horse and later die. This would haunt him for the rest of his life. As a child, he began seeing visions accompanied by flashes of light, confusing what was real and what was imaginary. This never went away. The vision spurred his ability to conceive inventions in his head in such detail that he didn't even need to draw them out. He explained how the designs were perfected in his mind in an article in 1919. Invariably, my device works as I conceived that it should, and the experiment comes out exactly as I planned it. In 20 years, there has not been a single exception. Tesla credits his mom for his interest in invention. Juka Mandic invented small household appliances in her spare time. She had an eidetic memory, the ability to recall an image from memory with high precision, and she passed this on to her son. Tesla's father was a priest and wanted him to become one too, but Tesla was interested in engineering. When he contracted cholera as a teen and nearly died, his father promised to send him to engineering school if he survived, and miraculously he did. He went to study in Austria at the Technical College of Graz, where he is said to have worked from 3 a.m. until 11 p.m. every day. Professors were worried that he would die from exhaustion. Tesla had a beautiful mind. He could perform calculus in his head and spoke 8 languages. He was a good student at the start, but would not finish school. He dropped out after becoming addicted to gambling and cut ties with his family so they wouldn't find out. His friends didn't know what happened to him either. They thought he drowned in a river. Tesla moved around Europe and eventually ended up in Budapest working as an electrician at a telephone company. While walking around a park in the city one day, he had an epiphany about developing a new way of generating electricity using alternating current. It would be his greatest invention that would change the world. I'll explain more about AC a little later. In 1882, he settled in Paris to work for the French branch of Thomas Edison's electric company. He started off installing indoor lighting, but the managers noticed his talents and had him doing more complicated work, designing and building dynamos and motors. He was soon traveling throughout Europe, fixing problems at other Edison branches. 2 years later, in 1884, Tesla's manager offered him a job at Edison Machine Works in New York City. He agreed and arrived in America with only 4 cents in his pocket because his money was stolen on the boat ride over. Tesla initially had a good impression of Edison. Edison was also impressed by Tesla, later saying, "I have had many hardworking assistants, but you take the cake." This mutual admiration didn't last. They would become bitter rivals. The two men disagreed over how electricity should be contained and delivered. Edison preferred direct current, which is a system where the electric charge only flows in one direction. Tesla was a fan of alternating current, in which the electric charge changes direction periodically. Changing directions is crucial to maintaining a steady supply of electricity because it does not overpower outlets. This means it can provide more power and transmit power over longer distances. It's the reason AC powers our homes and other large appliances, whereas DC powers smaller items like flashlights. But Edison didn't care about AC because it could have hurt the sales of direct current since he owned all the patents for DC. According to Tesla, a manager at Edison's company offered him a $50,000 bonus if he could improve some machines that ran on DC. When he did, the manager refused to pay up. Another account of the story has Edison telling Tesla, "You don't understand our American humor." Regardless of how it played out, Tesla quit and set off to form his own electric company the following year in 1885. But his investors showed little interest and decided to take the company and all of Tesla's patents, which they could do because Tesla had assigned the patents to the company in exchange for stock, which was now worthless. After losing his company, Tesla had to take a job digging ditches for $2 a day just to survive. But his fortunes would change. In 1887, Tesla invented an induction motor that ran on alternating current. The motor was the most efficient way to convert electricity to mechanical power. A version of it powers Tesla's vehicles, which took its name from the inventor. He patented the motor and showed it off the following year at the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. That caught the attention of George Westinghouse, a major player in the electric market who realized Tesla's AC motor might just be what he needed to complete his alternating current system and compete against Edison's DC system. So Tesla licensed the patents for the AC motor to Westinghouse for $60,000 and also received stock and royalties. Westinghouse hired him as a consultant for $2,000 a month, which is the equivalent of over $50,000 a month today. The War of the Currents began. Edison tried hard to try to discredit Westinghouse and Tesla. He secretly financed the electric chair that used alternating current to prove how dangerous AC was. Edison's company also publicly tortured animals to prove its point.
Indeed.
In 1903, they electrocuted a circus elephant named Topsy and produced a film about it called Electrocuting an Elephant. Despite Edison's schemes, good things were happening for Westinghouse and Tesla.
Yep.
They underbid Edison and his newly formed company, General Electric, to illuminate the world's Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893. The first all-electric fair celebrated the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's discovery of America. It was clear to the 27 million people who attended that AC would power the future. Their success continued when they beat out Edison's General Electric again to build the world's first alternating current power plant in Niagara Falls. The hydroelectric power station was a massive success and helped light up Buffalo, New York. The building of the plant also meant Tesla became a pioneer in renewable energy. His statue can be found at Niagara Falls today. Westinghouse and Tesla won the War of the Currents, and direct current was being phased out. But there were problems. Westinghouse's company was running out of money and eventually went $10 million into debt. In 1897, he went to Tesla and asked if his royalties could be reduced in a desperate attempt to save the company. Tesla was so compelled by compassion for his friend that he ripped up his contract. He was grateful to Westinghouse for believing in him when no one else would. Tesla willingly walked away from $12 million in royalties, which in today's terms would be worth over $300 million. Had he held onto those royalties over time, he would have likely become the wealthiest person on the planet, and the first person with $1 billion net worth. That act of compassion for his friend, of tearing up his contract, saved Westinghouse. In return, Westinghouse paid Tesla $216,000 for the rights to use his AC patents forever. This is the equivalent of about $6 million today. With that money, Tesla became financially independent and set up a series of laboratories in New York for new projects, where he was visited by the rich and famous, including his close friend and one of the greatest American writers of all time, Mark Twain. This was his period of many inventions. He held over 300 patents in his lifetime. He created an early version of neon lighting, the Tesla turbine, a bladeless turbine for vehicles. He pioneered X-ray technology by experimenting with radiation. This is an X-ray of his own hand. Another standout invention was one of the first remote controls. In 1898, he controlled a miniature boat at Madison Square Garden in New York. It was so far ahead of its time that the crowd thought he was using magic to make it move. That would be the ancestor to today's remote-controlled drones. One of his most well-known inventions is the Tesla coil, a device that can produce large amounts of high-voltage electricity. Because of the coils, he discovered he could send and receive powerful radio signals when they resonated at the same frequency. Tesla was getting ready to broadcast his first radio signal, but disaster struck. A fire destroyed his lab in 1895. He lost years of research and equipment. Tesla didn't apply for a patent for the radio until 2 years later. The fire would be the turning point in his life that led to a downhill spiral. At the same time that he was working on radio, an Italian entrepreneur, Guglielmo Marconi, was also working on the radio in England. He tried to acquire patent rights in the US, but was turned down because it was too similar to Tesla's. However, things changed when Marconi was able to send the world's first transatlantic radio message in 1901 using 17 of Tesla's patents. Edison then threw his financial support behind Marconi. Tesla had no problem with Marconi's achievements, but in 1904, the U.S. Patent Office suddenly changed its mind and awarded Marconi a patent for the invention of the radio. There has never been a reason given for this decision, but the powerful financial backing Marconi received could explain it. Marconi went on to win the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1911, which was only possible due to Tesla's work. Tesla was furious and sued Marconi. The case dragged on in court for years and was only settled in Tesla's favor after his death. That radio incident negatively impacted the rest of Tesla's career. For example, Tesla was obsessed with bringing wireless communication to the world and built a huge wireless transmission station in Long Island, New York, called Wardenclyffe Tower. He imagined a world where we could send and receive messages wirelessly. He was, again, well ahead of his time. But financial backers did not have enough faith in his project. They pulled out and banked on Marconi's radio invention instead. This left Tesla in financial ruin. He had no choice but to abandon his dream project in 1905 and eventually lost Wardenclyffe Tower to foreclosure. Tesla's mental health deteriorated. He lived his last decade in the New Yorker Hotel, beginning in 1933. Westinghouse Corporation hired him as a consultant and paid for his room. He lived rent-free but died in debt. So why did one of the greatest inventors of all time fade into obscurity and die penniless? You could say Tesla was unlucky at times, like when the fire burned down his New York lab. But the main reason is because Tesla was not a capitalist. He made decisions that those with more business acumen would not have made, such as giving up his royalties for the AC motor. He wasn't concerned about money. He was concerned about the pursuit of science for the betterment of humanity. He wanted to change the world, and he did. Thanks in part to Elon Musk's company, people are starting to learn more about the man who inspired the company, a man whose inventions would power our entire planet. It's because of Tesla that modern society functions the way it does. Tesla's mother called him a child of light, and she was quite right.
Thanks so much for watching the story of Nikola Tesla. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm Cindy Palm.
Fascinating. I like videos like that. You know, it's simple to the point. You know, you can listen to like an hour. I mean, if you've got time, an hour, but that's 50 minutes is perfect. I mean, what a guy, really, in terms of what he managed to achieve and what we're still using today. Like my light here that's shining on my face is all to do with Nikola Tesla. Pretty much. I'm now Ollie. Mate, you're muted. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, bro.
All right, there we go. There we go.
There we go.
No, I mean,
Hi,
you're 100% correct. From the moment you wake up till you go to bed, everything around you is Nikola Tesla. Even the way that we're talking now via Wi-Fi, that was he had that envision. You know, there's like I said, there's so many things that we can't touch. We can barely just skim over.
Yeah,
He's such a brilliant man.
I mean, it makes you think that. Sorry, mate, I'm interrupting you. I do apologize.
No. I forgot what I was going to say now, as you can tell. I had but I really did forget now. But no, sorry. I bet you forgot now too.
No, hold on, mate. Hold on. What I was going to say, if the modern cliff tower was created and was achieved, there will be no going back, because it'd be more or less in the public eye. I mean, I've been hearing about the modern cliff tower, that the fact it was only just to send radio transmission signals and not necessarily energy. Depends on what avenue you go down.
That's it. Because I heard different. I heard that it was to send energy. That's why they blew it up. They blew it up, and it took 2 goes. That's how strong he had that thing built.
Right.
So, I mean, every aspect of our life, and it's a shame. It's a shame, because he did invent the X-ray. He called it the shadow. He called it the shadow graph. You know, there's so many things that are out there now that I mean, Marconi still gets the credit for the radio. He still gets it now. Isn't it? No, it was Tesla. It was Tesla.
Yeah.
But Marconi still gets. I was taught in school that Marconi invented the radio. I mean, my rabbit hole of Tesla went about 20 years ago. Yeah, but let's say roughly 20 years ago, because I was looking into HAARP, and we will. Well, I do have a video that will touch upon HAARP. Now, I was looking into HAARP. I was doing a deep dive into HAARP. And when you skim the surface, it's all weather manipulation. Just go a little bit deeper. And then I came across, he's here. He's here.
Yes.
We missed you last week, man. We missed seeing your name last week, man.
Oh, mate. I was keeping an eye for you. Hope you're well, brother. Hope you're well.
All I just wanted to say was, again, I think I forgot what I was trying to say here. But I have, you know, honestly, I'm smoking some haze, is it?
Haze. Yeah.
So I'm losing my train of thought here, man. But it's just unreal how many things he's not credited for. Oh yeah, I was talking about HAARP. Yeah. So get past the weather manipulation, and the reason why I say that is there's a lot of stuff on weather manipulation with HAARP, a hell of a lot. But you got to get past that. Once you get past that, you'll come across LEFs, low energy frequencies. Now, this is where this is where I started finding out about Nikola Tesla, because they were talking about LEFs, low energy frequencies. Basically, this is the frequency that's generated through electricity. Yeah. So, you know, like paranormal, you guys out there into paranormal stuff, you know, like ghost hunters and stuff. Yeah. So when a ghost hunter goes into a property that's claimed to be haunted, one of the first things they do is they take readings, electromagnetic readings. Yeah. Because they're trying to rule out an energy source.
Are you talking about ELF?
ELF, low energy frequencies.
No, it stands for extremely low frequency.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not VLF. Not VLF.
No, ELF.
L.
That's what is. Yeah. ELF, extremely low frequency, which is to detect the magnetic fields. I think, is that what you're talking about, mate?
Well, I haven't heard it called. I'm going to tell you this now. I haven't heard it called VLFs. I know
No,
it was
E.
called, no,
ELF.
okay. If okay, let's say that's it then. But anyways,
Yeah.
this is how it works. Yeah, they'll look for that when they're looking for ghosts. Now, basically, what that does is if you stand next to these things, it messes with your brains. It can give you strange feelings. It can even to the point of making you hallucinate. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Now, Nikola Tesla was the guy who discovered ELFs.
Yeah.
Did I say it right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right. He's the one that discovered it. Now, when he discovered that, this is what my memory of this is. He said that if you got enough of these ELFs together and beamed it on a bunch of people, you could basically manipulate their thoughts. Now, when he talked about how you would have to do this, you look at HARP. Look at how HARP is set up. Not HARP, but HARP itself with the antennas and everything. Yeah, that's exactly how Tesla said. You do it. Crazy, huh?
There's so many theories with HARP. Like you said, it's always linked to like weather manipulation, but I think there's something probably a little bit deeper into it. The official explanation for it is to expand or detect radio signals. Something gay like that. I don't know. I think it's all fake.
I'll tell you what. We'll get into that because we do have a bit about HARP, but it's HARP was. We'll get into that, but it's not. It's Nikola Tesla's side of what he was trying to say, because basically he was saying, I'll give you a quick summary of what we got real quick. He was just basically saying that we could send electricity all over the world if we did it through the ionosphere.
Right.
And so, but what HARP has decided to do is use it for weather manipulation by heating up the ionosphere. But we'll get into that, and I could be wrong, but we'll get into that bit of it. Hello, Chillster. But so,
hey, brother, how's it going?
Let's move along. I said to Nick that how it's going to have to play out with this show, is that he's going to, while I look for the stuff to queue it up, because I do want to play it in a certain order, because we are going to get to the FBI files, things like that, and which I do have the links for the FBI files that will be in after the show. You know, like his death. We're going to get into the death ray because I know everybody likes talking about that. So we do have stuff. So Nick, anything you want to say while I'm
really stoned. Honestly, this is hidden show today. So he's the Tesla guy, because I was thinking, what can I talk about Tesla? Because I didn't know really much about it. So today I'll just spend my time listening to like podcasts on Nikola Tesla, and like I couldn't believe what he managed to invent. And pretty much everything we're using today is something to do with Nikola Tesla invention. I mean, at least 90% of what we're using, really. I mean, if you look at 5G, can we say? I said it anyway. And how that the electromagnetic, what is it called? ELF sort of waves. It does have that sort of low frequency, and I always thought that was something to do with like mind control, because I remember seeing a news report going back from, it must have been like mid-80s, and it had this news reporter who was sat in a chair, and you had this helmet on, and it had like these wires going in. Hey, goes Quest, how's it going, brother? How's it going? So yeah, they had this news reporter sat down on his chair. He had a helmet on with all these wires, and what he was doing, he was actually pumping like low frequency signals into his head. Okay, but what he was actually doing, he was actually producing pictures inside his head. So they will actually have a computer screen with a car, a cat, or a dog, or something like that. And the news reporter will actually get it right when they're producing these signals. So they can always project images into people's heads. And hidden, this is like 1980s. Okay, so I think the technology now is far beyond.
Yeah.
I don't think you need HARP for this one. You know, it's.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I agree 100%. And this kind of stuff is going into Bluebeam. Because
I don't believe in Bluebeam anymore.
I do, and I'll tell you how. I'll tell you why I believe. I don't understand what they're going to do. See, I don't know if you believe in, maybe because a lot of people are saying it's going to be a fake alien invasion, which I don't get. That one I don't get. I do know that they tried it out in we had this chat before. They tried it out during the Gulf War, and they couldn't get the voice right. They couldn't get the voice right. But they've got it. They've got the voice right now through advertisement. So I do think some Bluebeam's going to come. If fake alien invasion, who knows? Who knows? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's going to be something else because there's more people that believe in the second coming.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, I tell you what, guys. If you go into my Cosmic Twilight channel, and you would see, how's it going, man? I'm going to call you Thinker because I can't understand that first name. How would you say that, dude? Aristocrat, man. I am like 420 hard, man. I'm having a hell of a time, man. But I appreciate everyone being in the chat. But what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, talking about beaming stuff into people's heads. On my Cosmic Twilight channel, right, I got a video about Rick Clay where he was talking about Project Bluebeam. But there's a company called, what was it called? Something blue in it, and basically they were doing this advertisement in New York City. This is going back like 2000.
No, I know this is the one I'm telling you. This is the one I'm telling you. And you walk past the billboard. See, the problem. That was the problem. They had to get it inside your hair, so you didn't know where it was coming from. That's what I told you. You remember what I said? They perfected Bluebeam through advertising. That's what I'm telling you.
2 seconds. Sure, no, I made a video on it. I did a video. It's only a small video, but I remember Rick Clay talking about it, and I remember putting it together. Hold on, let me just go through my channel.
It was all documented. It was all documented.
That's it. Yeah,
these people were saying, "Look, I'm walking past this thing, and I'm hearing." I think it was something like Coca-Cola or Pepsi.
No. What it was it was an advertisement for a ghost hunting show called Paranormal State. And I can't find the video, but it's on my Cosmic Twilight.
I remember Paranormal
and
State.
So what happened was people was walking down this section of the street and they're keeping hearing his voice in their head and we're going, what the bloody hell was this? And then suddenly he realized there's this black box on top of the building and it was literally shooting ultrasonics down to the spot. So when you walked into the section of the street and you hit that beam, you had the voice inside your head saying, don't quote me on this, it's like, what you're seeing is not real or something like that. Don't quote me on that one. But it's like really strange stuff. But this is like 2010. Hold on.
All right. Well,
you could. I can bring it up if you want.
Well, I wanted to get back to Tesla.
Yeah, let's go out to Tesla. Yeah, let's go out to Tesla. It's his show.
Yeah, because we did talk about Bluebeam already, but if you want to go back to it again, we could look at it again, and then we could see if we can find some stuff to show these guys, show you guys. You know, like I want to show you the implementation in during the war. So let's see if we can find some of these evidence of this.
Sure.
And then you can see, because I believe in Bluebeam. But I don't believe like you. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Sorry. See, when you said I don't believe in Bluebeam, I thought straight away you don't believe in the alien invasion.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like that, because as soon as I heard that going around, I was like, what? They're not. That was never what Bluebeam was set up to do. They're not going to do that.
Yeah.
If they talked about seeing the gods, then that I could more believe.
Yeah, more impact than anything. Yeah. This is it with Bluebeam. Every time people say Bluebeam, I don't think people have really done research into it, because it's like I just saw a 10-second TikTok video talking about blue beam, and it's all about alien invasion. It's not, like I said, because we did a video on it. It's all about a sequence of events leading up to the.
That's right.
So again, oh my god, my cat is
All
on
right.
me. I get pussy hairs all in my bloody mouth. Oh my god.
Well, see, now talking about inventions, we've got a next video to watch. So, guys, if you want to call this a little smoke break, it's another long one, but it's 20 secret inventions by Nikola Tesla. So let's see what we've heard of, and also I'll give you an interesting fact after this video. So here we go, guys. Oops, what happened? What the hell happened there? Welcome
it's all confusing now with that extra button.
Welcome to the hidden underbelly. Here we go. We got it up here. Okay, this is 25 minutes, so that's enough to roll and grind and get it on. So here, let's press play.
Nikola Tesla was a Serbian-American inventor who died poor because, although he was a brilliant scientist, he was bad at handling his financial affairs. He spent virtually every cent he had on new experiments and was always in need of more funding. Join us as we look at 20 secret inventions by Nikola Tesla that shocked the world. 20. Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla was a Serbian-American inventor, best known for his contributions to the design of the modern alternating current electricity supply system, and he can be seen in our thumbnail shaking hands with a friend of his, or possibly one of his creations.
Oh, that ain't
AI.
And he was both revered and reviled as Nikola Tesla. The brilliant inventor, who is credited with groundbreaking discoveries such as the remote control and alternating current, was also well known for his bizarre ideas and strange inventions. Failures, disappointments, financial difficulties, emotional breakdowns, and separation from the rest of the scientific world hampered his trip. Nikola Tesla became an inspiration for many scientists who refused to be boxed in after his death. His insane ideas continue to ring true in the hearts of many people who, like him, choose to go beyond the stars and are not afraid to show the world the fruits of their imagination. The Serbian-American inventor's reputation is often connected with his contributions to the development of alternating current electricity, but his work also ventured into the world of robots. While Tesla did not invent robots in the contemporary sense, he was a pioneer in the field of automatons, which are mechanical machines that can perform tasks on their own. Tesla's work paved the way for eventual advances in robotics and remote control. His ideas were ahead of their time, and while he did not create robots as we know them today, his teleautomation was a significant step forward in the evolution of robotic technology. 19. Tesla's Egg of Columbus. Tesla spent a terrible winter working as a ditch digger from 1886 to 1887 after being driven out of Tesla Electric Light Company with nothing except worthless repairs. He persevered and was motivated to improve his concept of generating energy through spinning magnetic fields. However, Tesla recognized that he had to find investors and supporters to comprehend the potential of his innovation. Tesla created a gadget to demonstrate the concept, an electromagnetic motor that generated the force required to spin a brass egg and stand it upright. The contraption was dubbed the Egg of Columbus by Tesla, after the historical anecdote in which Christopher Columbus challenged the Spanish court and investors to stand an egg upright. When they failed, Columbus took an egg and squashed the bottom flat to keep it upright. They accused him of pulling a cheap trick, but Columbus overcame their objections by explaining that an idea can appear impossible until a smart solution is found, at which time it becomes simple. This idea was incorporated into Tesla's Egg of Columbus, which he used to illustrate his concept of alternating current power to investors. It was a stroke of genius that resulted in investment from investors Alfred S. Brown, the director of Western Union, and Charles F. Peck, a New York City attorney. 18. Tesla electric car. We frequently associate Elon Musk's Tesla with electric vehicles. But did you know that Nikola Tesla, the great inventor, had drawings for an electric car over a century ago? Unfortunately, these concepts were never fully realized, and the electric car concept was put on hold until recently. Tesla presented his ambitious aim to construct a cheap and functional electric car in 1931, at the age of 75. He envisioned a car powered by a new sort of rechargeable battery he designed, dubbed the Tesla battery. This battery was made of a nickel-iron alloy, which Tesla claimed was cheaper, more efficient, and lasted longer than any other type of battery available at the time. Despite Tesla's lofty ambitions, he was unable to get money for his electric car project, and the concept eventually died. 17. Electric arc lamp. Following a disagreement over payment, Nikola Tesla left Thomas Edison's company and formed a new company in partnership with Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, with Tesla designing an arc lighting system, a fast-growing segment of the new electric light industry used mostly for outdoor lighting. Tesla created an arc lamp with automated adjustment and a fail-safe switch, as well as better dynamos. These were Tesla's initial patents in the United States. By 1886, he had established a central station-based lighting system in Rahway, as well as a few industry buildings.
I hope
16.
in a good way.
Tesla valve. Nikola Tesla invented the Tesla valve. A Tesla valve, also known by its designer as a valvular conduit, is a fixed geometry passive check valve. It permits a fluid to flow preferentially in one direction while avoiding the use of moving elements. The Tesla valve is utilized in microfluidic applications and has benefits such as scalability, durability, and ease of fabrication in a variety of materials. It's also employed in microfluidics and pulse jet engines. The valve was originally designed to feed fuel into the innovative Tesla turbine, though it has been used in many high-tech applications, from fluidics to mixing. Precision steel ball bearings are used here in place of the fluid to offer a real and tactile insight into the mechanism and operation of this unique solid-state valve, producing an executive desk toy that is truly fascinating to play with. 15. The Wardenclyffe Tower. Tesla was widely considered as America's best electrical engineer by 1900, having captivated the globe with his breakthrough innovations and victory over Thomas Edison in the Battle of Currents. He then began his most ambitious project to date, the Wardenclyffe Transmission Tower. The Wardenclyffe facility, built between 1901 and 1905, was based on another of Tesla's groundbreaking concepts. Tesla intended to use the tower to achieve what had previously been thought to be impossible, a global wireless communication system. The tower would be the prototype for a system that would use the Earth as a conductor to broadcast music, news, stock market reports, secure military communications, and even facsimile images around the world. It was an extremely foresighted attempt to build a telecommunications infrastructure comparable to what the internet provides today, but entirely wireless. But Tesla had a far more ambitious plan for the huge Wardenclyffe Tower. He had already demonstrated that high-frequency signals could be carried wirelessly using his own Tesla coil transformers, which led to what would become a lifelong obsession: wireless energy transmission. Unfortunately, Tesla's lofty ambition for Wardenclyffe outstripped his means and the patience of his sponsors. The project fell into financial difficulties before completion, and the unfinished tower was finally dismantled in 1917 to satisfy Tesla's obligations. What was once a renowned laboratory full of fantastic Tesla innovations is now a desolate memorial to his most ambitious idea. 14. The Teleforce Death Ray. Nikola Tesla was in financial trouble by the 1930s. The once prodigious genius who had revolutionized the globe with his electrical innovations was now a frail old man trudging between Manhattan hotels, stockpiling newspapers and birdseed. When the unpaid bills at one hotel were too much for him, he'd just move on to the next, his fading renown being his only currency. People took notice when Tesla began talking about even crazier projects, such as a powerful new weapon he was developing. Tesla said that his new weapon would use a beam of metal ions traveling at 270,000 miles per hour. Tesla was always vague about how this beam was feasible, claiming new laws of physics that no one had ever imagined. Nonetheless, he boasted to every reporter who would listen about his work. The all-penetrating beam would pack 100 billion watts into just 100 millionth of a square centimeter. For decades, Tesla hyped his Teleforce weapon, claiming it could shoot down planes from 250 kilometers away. The innovation was given a new name by the press, death ray. Tesla, despite claims to the contrary, never offered much evidence that the death ray operated. But no one could completely ignore the possibility. This was, after all, Tesla. The weapon's popularity skyrocketed in the run-up to World War II, as Nazi Germany created a fearsome air force. People in Tesla's birthplace, then known as Yugoslavia, asked him to return and install the rays to defend them from the Nazi threat. This never materialized, even though Tesla continued to claim he had invented the death ray until his death. 13. Radio-controlled ship. Tesla performed a scientific tour de force in Madison Square Garden during the 1898 electrical exhibition, going well beyond the usually considered limits of technology. His innovation was a radio-controlled boat, a large, low-lying steel ship about 4 feet long. Indeed, Tesla had been roaming around New York City since 1895, picking up radio signals created by various high-frequency experiments. He had received them as far away as West Point, which was 30 miles away. He was able to put numerous more control elements to work quickly after inventing or improving them. Tesla's remarkable invention had little understanding or application in 1898. Though he had a grim vision of a military clamor for radio-guided torpedoes, government interest did not materialize. Mark Twain, Tesla's good buddy, wrote promptly saying he was eager to represent Tesla in the sale of this destructive terror he had been inventing to England and Germany. In 1916, the Navy did fund some trials, but the funds went to one of Tesla's competitors. He complained bitterly that he couldn't get any listeners until his patent expired. 12. The earthquake, seismic machine. Tesla was working on waves and resonance for energy transfer in 1896. The plan was to build a mechanical oscillator capable of producing various frequencies until they matched the resonance frequency of the desired object. The gadget was completed in 1897, and in 1898, he allegedly managed to oscillate his laboratory at 48 East Houston Street, New York, to the point where worried neighbors phoned the police and an ambulance, fearing an earthquake. He put his small vibrator in his coat pocket and headed out to look for a half-built steel structure. He discovered one 10 floors of steel framework with no masonry or stone laid around it in the Wall Street neighborhood. He attached the vibrator to one of the beams and fiddled with the settings until he was satisfied. The structure began to groan and weave, and the steelworkers rushed to the ground, terrified that there had been an earthquake. The police were called. Tesla slipped the vibrator into his pocket and walked away. He could have laid the building on the street in 10 minutes. In fact, modern seismology uses vibrations produced by controlled explosions or mechanical pistons as a type of underground echo sounding to prospect.
Ask my wife.
Nobody, however, possesses an earthquake machine to this day. 11. Wireless energy. Tesla's wireless power breakthrough is rarely attributed to him more than a century after his death. Although Thomas Edison is better known for inventing electricity, his tests were a failure. Tesla's alternating currents, in fact, proved to be the most reliable technique of conducting energy. Using magnetic induction, Tesla successfully transmitted currents through plastic over short distances, defying the assumption that metal-to-metal contact was required to conduct electricity. His final experiment location was the Tesla laboratory in Wardenclyffe, which featured a 185-foot tower with metal bars extending below ground. Today's image is of electrical bolts extending from the top of the tower, where the coils exchange electrical currents. Tesla's coil can still be seen in some of modern television and radio designs, but it has few practical applications. His resonant inductive coupling technology, on the other hand, is used in short-range wireless systems. Tesla's research was stifled on the verge of offering free energy to all by powerful individuals who did not want energy to become a free commodity. Bankers refused to finance Tesla, and his hypothesis of global transmission was condemned. His research, however, was so vital that the FBI confiscated it following his death. Tesla's wireless power research has the potential to lead to future improvements as technology improves to accommodate new AI technologies. 10. Ozone generator. Nikola Tesla was desperate in 1903. The brilliant inventor had enticed multimillionaire J.P. Morgan to invest in wireless electric power, but Tesla's efforts to develop the technology had so far been futile. Tesla's credibility had been sullied by his failed endeavor, and he sought to repair his image while also making money. As a result, Tesla focused on another of his inventions. He patented the first portable ozone generator in the United States in 1896. Following Morgan's rejection, the cash-strapped scientist formed the Tesla Ozone Company and marketed his devices to clean indoor air.
Whoa.
Indeed, Tesla's machines pumped poison into the rooms. Ozone in the upper atmosphere serves as crucial protection against the sun's UV radiation, but pump it into your living room and it will harm you. Tesla, a natural showman, would be shocked to find that today's ozone peddlers tout his brief involvement as a stamp of validity. Tesla appears to have been free of arrogance when it came to his ozone generators. In his self-promotional autobiography, My Inventions, he makes no mention of ozone. 9. Supersonic airships. Tesla began merging his expertise of electrical and mechanical engineering to apply it to flying. After Wardenclyffe's failure, he needed something else to occupy his thoughts. What better than the idea of flight, which had fascinated Tesla since he was a child? In the July 1919 issue of Reconstruction magazine, he described his work on constructing a supersonic aircraft that would go 8 miles above the Earth's surface and create enough speed for passengers to travel between New York and London in 3 hours.
Wow.
His idea was to use electricity transferred wirelessly from power plants on the ground to power airplanes, removing the need for aircraft to carry fuel. 8. AC, alternating current. Tesla invented a technique for generating electrical current in a piece of iron spinning between 2 electrified wire coils. When this spinning magnetic field device was rotated using mechanical energy, such as steam or hydropower, it generated alternating current. When the generated current reached its user and was fed into another rotating magnetic field device, it transformed into an AC induction motor that generated mechanical energy. Induction motors power domestic appliances, such as washers and dryers. The invention of these devices resulted in widespread industrial and manufacturing applications for electricity. Tesla's overall vision included more than just the induction motor. He exhibited a polyphase alternating current system, including a generator, transformers, transmission scheme, and motor and lighting, in a series of patents that made history. It offered the basic ingredients for electrical production and usage from the power source to the power user. Today, our alternating current power grid is virtually unchanged.
Yes.
7. Hydroelectric power plant.
Niagara Falls.
In Niagara Falls, Nikola Tesla developed the first hydroelectric power plant, harnessing the power of the waterfalls he had marveled at since childhood. This was Tesla's alternating current's last win over Edison's direct current. Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse built the hydroelectric power plant in 1895. These power plants were the catalyst for global electrification. 6. Neon light. Throughout the 1890s, in addition to his work on AC power technology, Tesla was also dabbling in high-frequency power. In 1873, James Clerk Maxwell of England mathematically established that light was electromagnetic radiation. The light was powerful and vibrated at an astonishingly high frequency. To examine this unknown universe, Tesla created a one-of-a-kind gadget known today as a Tesla coil. Tesla created a component of the primary neon and fluorescent lighting with high frequencies. He also took the first X-ray photographs. In any case, these acclaims vanished in 1890 when a vacuum tube illuminated in his hand without any electric connection. This was the start of Tesla's lifelong interest, the delivery of energy wirelessly. The intriguing fact is that no one was dealing with cathode rays or electrons observed in vacuum tubes comparable to neon lights. Tesla experimented with passing electrical particles through gases and produced 4 distinct types of lightning. Using the bright phosphorescent compound he created, Tesla converted the dark light into visible light. He also discovered particle applications for such an invention when creating light and neon signs. The concept became increasingly popular, and neon lights and signage today light up major city centers all over the world. 5. X-rays, the shadow graph.
Yeah.
Most people don't associate Tesla with X-ray technology, but he began experimenting with the technology in 1894. Tesla began experimenting with radiation energy around the end of the 19th century after discovering damaged film from prior tests. The following year, Wilhelm Röntgen, a German physics professor, issued a study on X-rays. To this day, Röntgen is credited with discovering X-rays, but Tesla was not far behind. He might have even beaten Röntgen to the punch if his studio hadn't been destroyed by a fire in 1895. Nonetheless, there was no ill will between the two men. In fact, when Röntgen's study was published, Tesla sent him a letter congratulating him and giving some of the images he'd been creating. In reply, Röntgen praised him for his efforts. 4. The thought camera. Tesla felt that thoughts could be photographed. In 1893, he was inspired while conducting tests. He felt convinced that a definite image generated in thinking must, because of reflex action, produce a similar image on the retina, which might perhaps be read by appropriate apparatus. The creator imagined reflecting an image on an artificial retina, photographing it, and presenting it on a screen. If this were to be accomplished, the items envisioned by a person would be plainly reflected on the screen as they were created, allowing every thought of the individual to be read. In the year 2023, scientists are researching techniques to read human thoughts. There is also a new initiative that uses AI to help decipher what our neurons are doing, so it can transform it into writing. Not precisely what Tesla had in mind, but not that far off. Even more technological trickery may be feasible in the future, such as the ability to record and replay our dreams or interact telepathically with one another via brain implants or neural cables.
Neuralinks.
And you don't need a thought camera to know that most people will find these ideas fascinating. 3. Artificial tidal waves. Tesla believed science could be used to avoid war. The New York World reported in 1907 on another of Tesla's military ideas, in which wireless telegraphy would trigger the detonation of heavy explosives at sea, resulting in massive tidal waves capable of capsizing whole enemy fleets. The publication claimed that the artificial tidal surge would make navies as useless as the paper boats that babies float in bathtubs, and that by its horrors hasten the day of universal peace. 2. Tesla coil.
Didn't we cover this
Nikola
already?
Tesla invented the Tesla coil, an electrical resonant transformer circuit, in 1891.
I think that's actually 19.
It is used to generate high voltage, low current, high frequency alternating current. Tesla experimented with a variety of setups that included 2 or sometimes 3 connected resonant electric circuits. Tesla used these circuits to conduct groundbreaking experiments in electrical lighting, phosphorescence, X-ray emission, high-frequency alternating current phenomena, electrotherapy, and wireless energy transmission. Until the 1920s, Tesla coil circuits were commercially utilized in spark-gap radio transmitters for wireless telegraphy, as well as in medical equipment such as electrotherapy and violet ray devices. Although small coils are still employed as leak detectors in high vacuum systems, they are mostly used for entertainment and instructional displays nowadays. Tesla coils originally employed fixed spark gaps, or rotary spark gaps, to produce intermittent excitation of the resonant circuit. 1. Phosphorescent bulb. Tesla's early lighting inventions were traditional filament or arc devices that were powered by high-frequency currents. As he immediately discovered, such currents may be used to diffuse gases or generate light emission in many solid materials. His ideas in this sector, while influential and revealed in a series of acclaimed lectures, were rarely patented. Because Tesla invented more powerful gear that could function at greater frequencies and voltages than anyone else, he was able to generate fields that could light up phosphorescent tubes throughout his laboratory without the use of wires by 1890. The energy was simply long wavelength radio from Tesla's high-frequency generators, but the signal was strong enough to be usable as power rather than communication. His early wireless power demonstrations, delivered with consummate flair, had the electrical profession transfixed, and the general people, who were exposed to these mysteries at Tesla's lighting show at the 1893 Columbian Exposition, came away with the notion that a new era of scientific miracles was on the horizon. It's obvious that Tesla was a genius, but he struggled to make a living nonetheless. Which one was your favorite? Why don't you let us know in the comments below?
The vibrator. The vibrator did it for me, mate. That was mate, that sounded like a porno. You started laughing. I was like, I need to pay attention there. And I was just like, vibration. And like, she got all hard, all slippery. I'm like, what? Wait, what? Let's go.
I mean, I'm surely there was other ways you could have worded it, but you know what? We got to go back and say, look, man, that's, you know, truly fascinating. A device to clean up the ozone around us.
If you look, I mean, especially where we are now in terms of technology, with aviation and whatnot that goes with it, we are so far behind. And you think what we've just watched there and his 20 inventions can literally, it sounds futuristic. New ways of propulsion, creating energy, power of flight. There's so many different aspects you can put into his inventions, but we're just so far behind, aren't we? And it is such a clear example of the powers that be. If you're not in the club, that's it. They're going to take your patents away from you, which they did, thanks to Donald Trump's uncle. A bit of a spoiler one for you, but is it no? Honestly, like this is what really shocked me about Nikola Tesla, because what he managed to even come up with, and how he come up with, and what he managed to do, especially like the remote control wireless boat that he had back in the late 18. Yeah. That's crazy, man. That is,
even the thing that he was, you know, what's weird though is you could see the reaction by the general public. Other than thinking strings or anything, they thought he was using magic.
Yeah, using magic, man. Everything sounds like science fiction when it comes to Nikola Tesla, but no, it's stuff that
we're gonna be hitting on that. Yeah.
The Black Knight satellite. That's interesting.
Didn't you know about all that? That was even at the beginning, man.
Oh, was it? Oh, mate, I'm stoned as fuck, man.
I'll give you guys a very interesting fact about the kind of world of Nikola Tesla. Now, I don't know if you know about the competition at the World's Fair. Do you guys remember this? Because I know some of you guys know about Tesla.
No, what's that?
But the competition at the World's Fair to light it, basically, whoever won basically won the battle for electricity. This was kind of turning point.
The elephant thing.
No, that was going on. He used to look. That's a whole different story, man. Because my man used to electrocute dogs, cats, horses, just to discredit Tesla. You know what I mean? He was a pretty bad man, you know, pretty bad man. But anyways, while the World Fair was going on, there was a prominent, and probably in my personal opinions, I know you don't like serial killers, but one that fascinated me, and I think this guy was so awesome, was H.H. Holmes. His hotel was just around the corner from there. So
yeah.
Many people would have stayed there, and only a few would have met their grisly end. But could you imagine if Nikola Tesla even rocked up in there and had a drink in there? Because remember, all this is happening while nobody knows what H.H. Holmes is up to.
Yeah, because he was in the World's Fair, wasn't it, H.H. Holmes?
Yeah.
The thing is how do we get the connection? This is it, right? Like, it's just a theory, isn't it? Really?
Well, it's not. No, it is. He was operating during the World's Fair during this. You know what I mean? His time frame and that time frame, it was going on. It was going on. Now, what I said about Nikola Tesla having a drink in his hotel, I said, wouldn't that be cool if you found out? Like you said, the hotel, and he said, "Oh, I popped in there for a quick brandy."
Sure.
not
Yeah.
knowing what's going on in there, because some of the people that went to the World's Fair would have stayed at his hotel.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So
It was a fancy hotel, wasn't it? I remember.
Very nice hotel with secret chambers. This man built this hotel, man. It was a death trap. So
Yeah,
if you guys have never,
yeah.
if you never heard of H.H. Holmes, check him out, man. Check him out, because he beats like Ed Gaines and all these guys, man. He was a proper one.
Yeah. I mean, for instance, talking about how like information gets put into the internet and people believe all the nonsense. So here is a book, right? It's Nikola Tesla, right? This is it. It's Maria Orsic, Nikola Tesla, and their extraterrestrial messages, the occult, and UFOs. Mate, I have never read so much utter total bollocks in my life. This is like Maria Orsic doesn't exist. The Royal Society does not exist. It's a made-up concept, and you get idiots like I'm too stoned to mention that name, but it's just like idiots like, and people believe it. People regurgitate it and put it on the internet, and I'm going, it has no connections whatsoever. So it's a bit like one could say, oh, H.H. Holmes, Nikola Tesla went to H.H. Holmes and had like a pint there or something like that, you know. But it's just like rumors like that.
But that was me. You know? I didn't say it happened. I said
no. I'm just hypothesizing here.
But the timelines are quite accurate. You can go. If you want to look into H.H. Holmes, you could look when he was operating in that timeline with the World Fair, and that World Fair was just around the corner from his hotel. That all fits. That's real world scenario. I mean, how you want to tell the story, if there is a story to tell. I got no story to tell. I'm just trying to say, while that was going on, that's why I always remember that, because I like H.H. Holmes, and I shouldn't. But if you're gonna like a serial killer, I like him. I like him.
No, I tell you what. Why would we do an episode of H.H. Holmes? Because I like the serial killers and stuff like that. I just find them interesting. Basically, I mean, I don't really know much about H.H. Holmes. I did listen to a podcast about it.
There was supposed to be a movie coming out, and I don't know what happened. But Leonardo DiCaprio was They were saying he was going to play H.H. Holmes, and I was like, "Oh man, that is going to be awesome." Because he's a good actor. He's a good actor.
No, he's not. He's not.
He is.
He's not. He's crap. He's a one-dimensional being, man.
He's far from one-dimensional, man. Far from that. You can throw that guy in a swimming pool, and he's going to swim. One-dimensional.
You're in a Titanic.
As much as I love Keanu Reeves, that is a one-dimensional actor.
Chat, what do you reckon? I don't. I think he's a bit of a twat waffle, in my opinion, and he's not a good actor at all, in my opinion. So anyway,
he is a good actor.
Yeah,
he's a good actor.
But going back to Tesla. Do you reckon? Right, he was a bit of. Do you reckon he was a bit like an asexual? I don't want to be like rope terms, but he didn't have like girlfriend or anything like that.
He see, this is the thing. He wasn't asexual. Yeah,
there
was a woman in his life, and it was Morgan's daughter, JP Morgan's
the vibrator.
There you go. This is the guy who says Leonardo DiCaprio can't act.
True.
But anyways, he got to a certain point in his life where he guess what is he thought that a woman would just get in his way.
Okay, right, fair enough.
So,
okay.
But he always did carry a torch for JP Morgan's daughter. But
all right.
Yeah. He weren't like. It's just this man was so like, like did you know that he had a photographic memory? So a lot of his early inventions he never wrote down. They were all there.
Oh, I heard one theory, brother, that the fact that he had a pen and paper on his bed, he'd go to sleep and wake up, and then he would have all the
dreams.
patterns. No, the pattern's written out on the pen and paper, but you don't know how it got there. I don't know.
Dream invented.
I see.
That would be cool.
Could you confirm this? Did he himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Tesla, was he born during a thunderstorm? Is that true?
He was. Yes, he was.
Can I go through grok on that one, and I can fact check you, and I can whack my finger and go, you're wrong.
That gives me time to do things, but because
the
very first video that we played covered it, but so it did say it there.
Oh, mate, yeah, okay, I'll take your word for it. Was Tesla born during a lightning storm? Let's see what grok has to say about it, as AI is in our mythos at the moment. It seems, oh my god, it seems like there might be a typo or misunderstanding in your question. Yeah, clearly. Nikola Tesla was oh mate, I'm too stoned to read this. I'm sorry, man. I can't. Yeah, okay, no, you're right. Yeah, okay, fine, fair enough. I stand corrected, brother. I stand corrected. He was in fact born in a thunderstorm. So there we go. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, guys, I just realized for the first hour I actually had my microphone on my webcam was on. That's why probably the audio sounded pretty shite. So I do apologize for that. So I have my microphone plugged in now. So yeah, what have we got else said in terms of the man himself?
Well, one of the things that we did loosely touch over, and I think I always found this very interesting, was the transmission that he picked up from space that could possibly have been the Black Knight satellite.
Okay. I thought it was from Mars, or was that just a newspaper report that came out? Because the newspapers, the newspapers back in the day, because I always look at the skeptics, what they have to say, and a lot of the mainstream media were more or less poo-pooing the idea about Tesla, and I think JP Morgan had something to do with that. And they were saying that the signals he was receiving from space actually came from Mars.
Is that what they were saying?
That's what they were saying, yeah. And not from the Black Knight satellite, which is interesting. But no, go ahead, man.
Okay. I mean, I always heard that he detected. Well, they always say it's a Black Knight satellite, alleged. So let's see what this video has to say. If I can do this right. No, I can't.
Filster, I would believe. Yeah.
Oh, I got it. I did it. Okay, so we're gonna play from here. This is a short one, so if you got one ready rolled, then maybe you fire it up.
Let's do it.
Have you ever seen those paintings from hundreds of years ago with the UFO clearly depicted in the background? There's a few. Throughout history, humanity has looked to the sky and wondered about the possibilities. But every now and then, something unusual is detected. In a very elliptical high-polar orbit, there's been a satellite circling the Earth for 13,000 years. Detected by Nikola Tesla in 1899, he discovered an electrical signal that appeared intelligent in origin. The signal was repeated periodically with such clear suggestion of number and order that Tesla believed he was receiving communication signals from Mars. He later changed his opinion at a conference, but stressed that the signal was coming from somewhere in space.
He changed his opinion.
Again in the 1920s, ham radio operators began getting excited about strange coded messages, which were recorded and deciphered. The message they were receiving was of a star chart centered on the Epsilon Booth star system. 4 years before the launch of Sputnik 1, 1953, the Black Knight satellite was spotted by Dr. Lincoln La Paz of the University of New Mexico. Even the Department of Defense showed extreme interest in the Black Knight satellite, and apparently even appointed astronomer Clyde W. Tombaugh to run a search for the object. In 1957, the Black Knight satellite was once again in the headlines after Dr. Luis Corrales of the Communications Ministry in Venezuela photographed it while taking pictures of Sputnik 2 as it passed over Caracas. But unlike Sputnik 1 and 2, this mysterious satellite orbited from east to west. The Russian and American satellite at the time moved west to east, thereby using Earth's natural rotation to stay in orbit speed. Back then, our technology wasn't that advanced, so it was impossible to keep a satellite in that kind of orbit. 4 years after the launch of Sputnik, a mysterious object was seen shadowing the Sputnik 1. The object was in polar orbit, but at the time neither the Americans nor the Russians had the technology or ability to maintain a satellite in polar orbit.
Is that it
So
there?
if it wasn't the United States and the Russians, who placed it there?
Maybe.
In 1960, the Black Knight was again in the media, as researchers spotted the mysterious satellite again in polar orbit. The weight of the Black Knight satellite was calculated, and researchers estimated that the object weighed over 15 tons. Again, neither the Americans or Russians had the technology to send a satellite that heavy into space. Research shows that the Black Knight moved twice as fast as any other man-made object in orbit. Robert L. Johnson, director of the Adler Planetarium, stated that the Black Knight was very unpredictable and that it didn't keep a regular schedule. It would appear sometimes, and sometimes it didn't. It was very unpredictable, and it's very difficult to actually see it in the sky. The Black Knight satellite was even photographed by the Grumman Aircraft Corporation. The military seemed very interested in the Black Knight satellite back then, to the point that they even created a special committee to gather information and offer further insight on the strange orbital object. In the 1970s, something new was discovered about the Black Knight satellite, and it was thanks to Duncan Lunan, a scientist from Scotland that was able to decipher the message that was being broadcasted by this mysterious object. Duncan plotted a vertical axis of the transmitted pulse sequence with a horizontal axis of echo delay time, and as a result he found a picture of the Epsilon Booth star system, or better said, as it would look 13,000 years ago. According to Duncan, a message accompanied the star map about where it was from and that it was orbiting the Earth, but not why it was here or why it was sent. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence about the Black Knight's existence was when a meteor entered Earth's atmosphere over Chelyabinsk in 2013. Captured on camera was the moment that the object appeared to approach the meteor, scan it, and destroy it in the sky. The meteor then disintegrated.
That's insane. I remember this.
Huh. That's interesting.
That was really... Don't you remember this footage?
No,
what do you guys think of the Black Knight's existence? Thanks for watching, and remember, the ways at which we arrive at knowledge are hardly less wonderful than the discovery of these things themselves.
Oh, that's interesting. So what was that last one then? With the meteorite?
What happened was this meteorite came over to that place in Russia. I can't pronounce it. Came over to the place in Russia. This was a big, massive thing. If this thing hit, it would have done some proper damage, because it did some damage. It did some damage regardless. It blew out windows and everything. But if this thing stayed solid, it would have done some serious damage. This thing flew underneath it and just broke it apart. But you see it flying off.
Some sort of what weapon was used?
No, that's a UFO. I don't know what they're saying about the Black Knight doing that.
Yeah, that's just what the connection between that was a bit. I didn't quite get that.
That's what. No, I didn't get that with the Black Knight. See, here, let's check that. I'll show you again.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll try it. I mean,
there's so many theories about the Black Knight. To be honest with you, I've been researching it on and off for a number of years, and it just seems to be different theories eventually just sort of get more wilder and wilder each time. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna try and slow it down. Am I still on screen?
Yeah, you're still on screen. The thing's not on screen, but you're on screen.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna try and slow it down just that bit. I'm taking out the sound. There we go. So we can check this out. Okay, let's add it. Yeah, because I really like that. I like going off of Nikola Tesla just a little bit, but I really love that footage. I took out the sound. But see, this satellite, this meteor came in. Let's see if we get a good shot here. There you go. Let's see it just shoot off.
Wow.
But that, I don't know what that has to do about the Black Knight.
Yeah, I don't get that. Unless it
But-
shot an object from it. I don't know.
Well, I see the one thing that I heard. I know the one thing I heard about the Black Knight satellite, but I don't believe it. But they said they can't get close to it to study it because it kind of activates or something. But I just don't know. It's a mystery. It is a mystery. But
It's a
back
mystery.
to Tesla.
Yeah.
It's back to Tesla. He went back. He recanted on what he said about getting it from Mars, the signal from Mars. That's what it said.
Ah, I see. I see. Okay. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
So that was we'll take that off, and then that'll lead me. So, but what were the skeptics saying that he was getting a signal? He did went back to say he was getting the signal from somewhere out in space, but he doesn't think it was Mars.
Yeah, then they said it was to do with aliens. It was there was this lady who was a debunker. She went back in time and brought up like old news reports from Tesla from back in the day, obviously when he was still alive, especially during his early inventions. And they more or less crapped on his inventions and ideas. So yeah, it's always same shit every story, mate. You know, nothing's changed. The mainstream media always crap on any ideas that are revolutionary. But when you look at the whole point of Tesla and his inventions have been hidden, in fact, even stolen to a certain degree. I mean, look at Elon and what he managed to do, because I believe with the electric cars, it went from, I believe Elon used AC, which is alternative current, which is Tesla, isn't it? Not DC, it's AC. And
that's what we have now.
Basically he applied that as a battery power source into Tesla cars. So in one way you could have said, yeah, he borrowed it, but I would say stole it.
Or applied it. I don't think he did it, because if he wanted to just steal it, he wouldn't even call the car Tesla out of honor of Nikola Tesla. So
sure, but you say to any Tesla owner, says, why is your car called Tesla? And they will have no idea.
Well, that's them then, because it's called Tesla. I mean, Elon wanted to implement a lot of his. He wanted to do the battery. That was one of his first things. And even if you look at the road trip, that's something that Nikola Tesla was chatting about. You remember when they were talking about the camera?
Oh yeah.
So you see under his corporation, he's taking Nikola Tesla very seriously, and sometimes the best form of flattery is a bit of plagiarism.
Sure, okay, I see your point. But it would be good to sort of.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's out and out a thief. If he called his company something else, like the Musk or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, X.
The new car to Elon or X, then I would say, well, that is Tesla. But he's Tesla. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I just think he's a bit open about it, that he's incorporating the man's ideas and because the guy was a genius. Why not?
Yeah, I just think there should be more applied to. Excuse me. Is when you look at that 20 inventions that he went through. I mean, we don't need alternative current. There are way more forms of creating energy. Do you know what I mean? I just think we're still, but we're still far behind of what Tesla managed to do. And in that 120 years, we can't gone. We're still using his technology. It's like, where's the advancement of that? Do you know what I mean? Everything we're using now is 120 years old. It's to do with Tesla, even to the cars we drive. You know,
It's easy. What happened is fossil fuel. You understand?
Money.
Tesla's envision is free energy. It wouldn't cost a dime because it's out there. It's free. My understanding of how the Earth works at 100% now. understand that the Earth is a gyro. It is constantly generating. Just even with Niagara Falls, he created free energy from that. Just putting turbines in, harnessing the energy of the fall. It's money, like you said. It's money. Why can't we use back in the days, man? People were using plants and herbs to cure illnesses. Why? When you try and talk to a doctor nowadays about that, they kind of frown on it. Why?
Yeah.
They want you to use medication, man. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's all that. It's a lot of things, man. It's a lot of things. But then we kind of was touching on the subject about Nikola Tesla possibly being an alien. Now, have you ever heard of this one?
Go on.
Well, have you heard? I'll leave that up there. Have you ever heard of this this theory?
Vaguely, I'm interested to hear.
We're not really going to call it a theory because this is going to be on the FBI files, which again, I said the FBI files, the links to it will be there so you can check it out, because the FBI files was mainly set up to investigate Nikola Tesla. Not investigate, but look at him, because if the man of that genius, the FBI were actually afraid that he could, let's say, work for the other side if he wanted to.
Right, sure.
So the potential threat to them, that society, they were pretty scared, so they were investigating them. And along the lines, they had to check out wild accusations, so they investigated the possibility of him being from Venus. But so on that note, let's check this out. That's the stone laugh. Oh dear. We have no sound.
it's on mute, mate.
Oh no.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
FBI Vault. Nikola Tesla was brought to Earth by Venusians in a spacecraft. For decades, whispers of a secret about Nikola Tesla's extraordinary origin have swirled in the shadows. The enigmatic inventor, whose innovations electrified the world, has long been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories. But recently, declassified FBI documents have brought to light a staggering revelation. Nikola Tesla might have been an alien brought to Earth from Venus. Shocking claims have emerged about Tesla's incredible inventions and mysterious life. Rumors suggest that Tesla invented a powerful death ray capable of annihilating armies and even extraterrestrial threats. This dangerous technology was supposedly suppressed by the government to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Some believe Tesla had plans for a time machine, allowing travel to different eras based on advanced alien technology. There are also wild claims that Tesla regularly met with extraterrestrials in his New York lab, exchanging ideas and learning about alien civilizations. The mysterious FBI documents. Hidden deep in the FBI's official archives is a document that could change everything we know about Tesla. This dossier suggests that Tesla, one of history's most brilliant minds, was not from Earth but from Venus. Imagine Tesla as a cosmic traveler, arriving on our planet in a spacecraft and being adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Tesla in a remote mountainous region of what is now Yugoslavia in 1856. The Venusian Connection. George Washington Van Tassel, a ufologist and aerospace engineer, first brought this astonishing claim to light. Van Tassel, who worked on advanced aircraft for Douglas, Hughes, and Lockheed, said he had extensive contact with extraterrestrial beings. Among the revelations from these alien encounters was the incredible story of Tesla's extraterrestrial origin. Van Tassel wasn't the only one privy to this cosmic secret. Margaret Storm, an author tasked with writing about Tesla's life, also made contact with these space people. In a 1959 interview, Storm claimed Tesla was born on board a spacecraft and brought to this planet and placed in the care of Mr. and Mrs. Tesla. Tesla's alien knowledge. Tesla's advancements in electrical engineering were far beyond his time. He pioneered alternating current and experimented with wireless electricity. His 1905 patent, the art of transmitting electrical energy through the natural medium, suggested harnessing the Earth's electrical potential to generate limitless energy. The FBI documents suggest Tesla's groundbreaking ideas and inventions were influenced by his alien origins. His Venusian heritage might have given him advanced knowledge, allowing him to create technologies that seemed like magic to his contemporaries. Alien secrets of youth. The declassified documents also mention a rejuvenation technique that Van Tassel learned from his extraterrestrial contacts. This method of restoring youth and vitality was never shared with the world, leaving us to wonder about the secrets of the universe that are still out of reach. The Interplanetary Sessions newsletter. A compelling piece of evidence comes from the Interplanetary Sessions newsletter, dated June 14, 1957. This newsletter states that Tesla was a Venusian brought to Earth as an infant. The space people reportedly visited Tesla's engineers multiple times, confirming his alien origins. The unseen evidence. While much of this material remains obscure, the declassified FBI file offers a tantalizing glimpse into a reality where Tesla was not just a genius inventor but a visitor from another world. This information, long hidden from the public, suggests our understanding of history and science may be incomplete. The revelation that Nikola Tesla might have been an alien from Venus adds a thrilling layer to his already enigmatic legacy.
Not really.
Whether one believes these claims or not, the idea that one of humanity's greatest minds could have come from another planet is both fascinating and provocative. It challenges us to reconsider the boundaries of human potential and the
I can't take
mysteries
these
of the
aliens
cosmos.
seriously. I'm sorry.
For now, the truth about Nikola Tesla's origin remains one of the most captivating and controversial mysteries of our time. Could he really have been an alien among us, or is this just another layer of myth surrounding a genius? The mystery continues to intrigue and inspire.
No comment.
Leave us your thoughts in the comment section.
What a load of bollocks. I have never heard.
What the hell's going on there?
I have never heard so much nonsense. That is such a bloody TikTok video. Where is the evidence? Bring this FBI file. I want to see this FBI file, or shall I at least find it? At least
I have it here.
You got it. Bring it up, man.
What the hell's going on?
Because I don't understand why we should believe the people in the FBI. For Christ's sake, I I know a new revelations with the FBI files with the JFK and stuff, but
mate, I knew about this a long time ago, and I've seen it on the FBI files that they were looking into. Look, man, they know it's all bollocks, but they had to look into things because they couldn't understand how intelligent and clever this guy was.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Green Sea, how's it going?
I will be putting the links at the end of the show to the FBI files, but
let's do it. Yeah, I there's a lot of wild theories about Tesla. I mean, there's one thing we all can agree on: he is an absolute genius. But I should say, because of TikTok and because we're alternative mindset, we tend to believe anything that. Trust me, bros, as one would say. It's like, oh, trust me, he came from Venus. It's like, well, where'd you get your information from?
Look, the thing is, because like what you're saying, the internet, I have to agree. But the thing is, the truth of the matter is, they did look into this. They said it's a load of bollocks, basically. But that is the FBI files on Nikola Tesla, and in there, I mean, if you want to dig up and say where does it talk about Nikola Tesla and the FBI files being from Venus, you can do that. But that's the whole FBI files on there. And they did actually that bit ain't bollocks. They did actually look into it. But if somebody on TikTok wanted to really say it's more sensationalism if you said Nikola Tesla is actually an alien from Venus, then saying the FBI looked into Nikola Tesla being an alien from Venus and they found nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, they did look into him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I believe there are 3 pages. Is it 2 pages? Look at it.
It's 4 pages. I'm on it now. Yeah, it's interesting. It's I'll look through these files actually.
But
because I remember that, there was one theory, and this is not Nikola Tesla, but Heinrich, the Sasho man's right-hand man, he was looking into get in the Thor's hammer, and that's in the FBI document. And we're talking about Thor's hammer here, and this is to do with the Third Reich. So yeah, I know they're investigating crazy stuff. I'll go through this.
I think with the let's say the powers that be, especially the military, they had a lot of cats that were working for them that were in the occult. So there's a lot of an occultism vibe going on. Now, who's to know? Maybe, maybe say science is trying to find a way to let's say you got a key that you can easily turn. Whereas with, say, occultism, you got to do a lot of things to get that door open. So if you got through science, if you got something easy, I always think that's what CERN's is doing. But yeah, that's the FBI files, guys. And they did look into him being from Venus. So that is not like any weird ass thing, but like what that video was saying, and I did put that up for a joke because I never heard any tales that he was talking to extraterrestrials and all that. I mean, that could be some conspiracy theories going, because to every pot there is a lid.
Yeah. No, I understand, but yeah, I mean, as brilliant as the man was, is obviously that the FBI knew what he was doing, and obviously when he died, subsequently, the president's uncle, Donald. Oh no, his name's Dr. John Trump, who was working for the FBI, actually went in and took all his patents, and this is where the death ray thing came on. Hidden, have you got the video of Dr. John Trump talking about Tesla?
No, but I do have the video of the death ray.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you do that, and I'll have a look for that, because it's interesting what Dr. John Trump has to say, because he's the one that went in and took all Tesla's patents. Where am I to? Yeah, Dr. John Trump, Nikola Tesla.
Okay, so while you're looking for that, I'm just gonna play this bit.
Oh, look at that. Guys, I'm gonna honestly say this now. If you're into conspiracy theories like me, get the hell off Google and use Microsoft Bing. I am not joking. I just found it. Now, if I would put that in Google, I would have to go through so many pages and so many pages. But Microsoft Bing literally brings up banging old school videos on like conspiracies that you have to go on a deep dive into YouTube to find it. But I've got the video here, man, if you want me to bring it up.
Sorry. Good night, Steve. If you want to do that, then...
Let's do it. I'll bring it up, mate. We're all good? There we go. Okay, so this is a video from the President of the United States' uncle called Dr. John Trump, and he's the one who was organized the FBI raid on Nikola Tesla's home after he died, and that's where they took all the patents and allegedly the death ray. So here's an interview. It's about 6 minutes long, but let's listen to what Dr. John Trump has to say.
Boston to find Dr. John Trump of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dr. Trump was now retired from the company he founded, High Voltage Engineering, but he agreed to meet me at the company office the next morning.
In the spring of 1943, Dr. Carl T. Compton, who was then president of MIT,
straight out of Compton,
agreed to go to New York and examine the effects of Nikola Tesla. These were contained in an upper floor of a warehouse somewhere in New York City. And I spent a good deal of time examining one by one the papers, the books, and various other memorials that he had accumulated. But I was particularly looking for something which would be evidence of a secret weapon, which I was reminded by the agents, the two agents who were present during the entire time, was a matter of concern to the United States. In the course of this, I did come across a number of letters directed at the upper echelon of the British, I think to the King and Queen, or perhaps to the King of England, and also to the Tsar of Russia, explaining that he was the inventor of a secret weapon which had rather remarkable properties, and that he would be interested in entering into a negotiation which would lead to a disclosure of what they were. Of course, I spent a good deal of time looking through these papers, trying to find out what the nature of this secret weapon was. I think I had, although I don't remember it so very accurately, an idea of what its properties were. It had the capability of acting at a great distance, of being destructive to flying objects and things of that kind at a place which was remote from the source. But nowhere in his technical papers did I find anything which revealed an explanation of just
how it worked,
how such a device could operate.
I believe that you also opened another box, supposedly a secret weapon that he left at another hotel. Can you relate that story, please?
Yes, when I had substantially concluded my study on the following day, I think that was a Saturday morning, I was reminded by one of the two agents that there was a box being held as a security for an unpaid obligation, and that this box was an item of considerable value and may indeed itself be the secret weapon, that it was armed and therefore it probably was not touched.
Were you nervous doing this?
I found it a matter of a bit of concern. However, I realized that this had to be done, and so we taxied down to this hotel. The agents identified themselves and their credentials to the assistant manager of the hotel, who led us to a room. This room was essentially empty except for a table and a steel cabinet against the wall, which was opened. I think perhaps he opened it with a key. The cabinet itself was empty, except on one of the lower shelves was a package, a box, a rectangular box of ordinary size, which was wrapped in brown wrapping paper. It turned out to be a highly polished box with brass clasps, and it looked more like an instrument case. And after reading a while and listening a while and remembering that it had been there for quite a few years, I think it had actually been there for about 5 years as a security, I opened it. It turned out to be a decade resistance box, manufactured by, I suspect, an American manufacturer, and something of value, but not great value, and certainly nothing ominous at all in its nature.
So after Dr. Tesla had let the world know of his secret weapon, after he had written letters to the King of England and to the Tsar of Russia, offering them this weapon at a time when both were engaged against the Germans in World War II, no evidence or papers were found which referred to any such secret weapon.
My report to Dr. Compton was that I saw no danger in releasing these papers and these relics to his heirs.
Miss Musar had arrived too late to know who had opened Dr. Tesla's safe or what had been removed. And Dr. Trump had found nothing which he considered dangerous or a secret weapon. Tesla had been a naturalized American citizen for 54 years. So why were his papers seized by agents of the custodian of alien property? I suspect that governments other than those of the United States, England, and Russia were interested in the inventions of Dr. Tesla.
There we go. There we go.
See, that was a good segue, because the next one is about his death, but the death ray as well. So this one I believe is 8 minutes, so you can get a nice little roll on.
Yeah, no worries, man, no worries. I'm just gonna let the cat out.
Or you can let the cat out off the bag. So here, let's see. So this one here is the death ray. Let's get this up for you.
Honestly, has anyone got a cat? It's like it's in and out, in and out, in and out. It's like, oh, you can even scratch in the door. Oh, it's annoying. I love him to pieces, though. It's a beautiful cat. He's on my lap, he's down, he's out, he wants back on my lap again. It's like, oh, mate, make your mind up. But no, carry on, mate, carry on.
Okay, here. Let's drop it like it's hot.
Let's do it.
I inherited from my father an ineradicable hatred of war. But war can be stopped, not by making the strong weak, but by making every nation, weak or strong, able to defend itself.
Thomas Edison, America's best-known inventor, died in 1931. That same year, Tesla came back to life. His friends threw him a 75th birthday celebration. Time magazine put his picture on the cover. Letters of admiration poured in from scientists around the world, including a generous Albert Einstein.
I congratulate you for your great success on your lifetime task.
Basking in the attention, Tesla announced at a press conference that he had discovered a completely new source of power.
It just looked like an alien.
The idea, when it first burst upon me, was a tremendous shock. And let me say that it has nothing to do with releasing so-called atomic energy.
Alien face, mate.
I think that a lot of the proposals that he made in his later life were so esoteric as to be impractical in that time and even in the current time.
When the Nazis rose to power in Germany, Tesla decided that the time was right to reveal his new source of power, a man-made form of lightning called teleforce that could shoot an airplane from the sky.
Nikola Tesla, electrical wizard and radio pioneer, announced that he was working on a machine to create a powerful electrical death beam, which could wipe out armies in a flash and destroy huge fleets of ships or planes.
The concept of using lightning bolts as a weapon certainly is millennia old. It goes back at least to the ancient Greeks. Think of Zeus throwing lightning bolts. The main contribution that Tesla had was to come up with a true scientific, rational, at least concept of coming up with controlling these lightning bolts and projecting them over long distances.
Tesla had experimented with this idea while at Colorado Springs. Now he intended to build it on a large scale.
And that's where we're picking up signals.
Was to charge small particles of tungsten or mercury.
Black Knight, yeah.
Then accelerate them with lightning force through a special gun with one end open to the atmosphere. Tesla's death beam stirred the public's imagination when it was featured in a Superman cartoon, the electro-euthanasia ray. But the idea was more than science fiction.
Tesla tried to sell this concept to various governments, England, the Soviet Union, and the United States, all Allied powers, and against Germany.
He offered his system to England for $30 million, and they entered negotiations. When Tesla demanded payment before sending the final plans, the deal fell through. The British attempted to build their own death beam, but the project was soon abandoned. As the Nazis surrounded Yugoslavia, Tesla attempted to sell a beam weapon system to his former country.
There should be needed 9 stations, 4 for Serbia, 3 for Croatia, and 2 for Slovenia. And it will protect our dearest homeland.
At this point, even Tesla's countrymen thought he was just a crazy old man. One day in 1937, Tesla started out from his hotel room to feed his pigeons. Suddenly, a few blocks from the hotel, he was hit by a taxi and thrown to the ground. 3 of his ribs were broken. He was 81 years old. Remembering what he did for their company, Westinghouse executives agreed to pay his room and board for the rest of his life. The inventor also received a small stipend from the Yugoslav government. During the Christmas season of 1942, Tesla's death was imminent. Again, he attempted to interest the United States in his beam weapon concept. At the recommendation of two government engineers, a meeting of high-level officials was scheduled at the White House for January 8, 1943, to consider his plans. But the meeting never took place.
Nikola Tesla, inventor of the Tesla coil, the induction motor, and hundreds of other electrical devices, died last night in his suite at the Hotel New Yorker.
On last Thursday night, here in our city of New York, a man who was 87 years of age died in his humble hotel room.
On January 10, 1943, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia of New York paid tribute to Tesla on the radio.
He died in poverty, but he was one of the most useful and successful men who ever lived. Were we to eliminate from our industrial world the result of Tesla's work, the wheels of industry would cease to turn, and our electric trains and cars would stop. Our towns would be dark, our mills and factories dead and idle. But Tesla is not dead. The important part of Tesla lives in his achievement, which is great and integral part of our civilization, of our daily lives, of our current war effort.
That's the actual radio recording.
Oh, really?
Ironically, only 5 months after Tesla's death, the United States Supreme Court declared elements of the Marconi patent invalid. The decision confirmed Nikola Tesla's patent priority for the fundamental technology of radio.
He got it in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, but so little though.
Yeah.
So very little.
Yeah.
When you look at it, right? If he was still alive today, just saying, he'd probably be the most richest man in the world.
But would he? Because money never came into it. I mean, now I saw some people say Westinghouse robbed him. I think there was I heard a little story that Westinghouse wasn't as in debt as he claimed to be. But in one of the stories we watched, Westinghouse went to him and said, "Look, well, I'm in trouble. Would you mind taking a pay cut?" And he just ripped up his contract. He just never. He was a man of the people, man of humanity. You know, like Tesla said some quotes, some great. One of my favorite quotes he says, and I often think about that when I'm playing this game. Is he says somebody asked him, "What do you think about people stealing your ideas?" And he says he don't care about people stealing his ideas. He just feels bad that they never had any of their own.
Oh, very clever, very clever.
But one of my favorite Tesla quotes by far is from Albert Einstein. I think he was doing an interview for Time magazine, and they asked him, "What does it feel like to be the smartest man in the world?" And he said, "I don't know. You have to ask Nikola Tesla."
Yeah, true. Just putting this out there, what do you think about Nikola Tesla and the Philadelphia experiment?
Was he there or was he not?
I don't know. I don't know about the Philadelphia experiment, if it was an actual real thing, if there's any documentation to prove it.
There is.
But again, you got a link to where does Nikola Tesla come into it? This is it. I keep on hearing about Nikola Tesla and Einstein working together.
They said, okay, all I can say, see, like you said, there's hardly any. That's what I mean. Rotary got it best. I'm with you, Rotary. I do believe something happened. And was Nikola Tesla there? Some say he was, some say he wasn't. That's feelings.
Yeah. I don't know. Is there a thing? Is there a paper trail? I could have a little look for it for our next episode if you wanted to.
Well, the hardest thing you're going to find, what you're going to come across, is the information that they want you to know. There's certain things they can't hide. Like they can't hide the injury of the seaman. They can't hide the fact that the boat had moved. That they can't hide. I know, we're having but anyways, you can't hide it because some of these guys, weren't they welded within the ship itself?
Yeah, that's it. Just reminds me of the X-Files of the X-Files. Could you remember that? They did an episode on that. All right, John, I'll bear that in mind, mate. Philadelphia experiment.
I don't know much about it. Yeah. Well, let's go for it. I'll let that could be yours. Yes, but what I heard, because now that went into, didn't it go into kind of the power of thought? Because they said some of those soldiers, they panicked and they lost the thought of where they were. So that's how come they moved. If you stayed calm and focused, I guess that's what they're saying. But you know what?
Yeah.
As far as Tesla being there, I don't know. That's my honest. I don't know.
Oh, I tell you what, the people in chat, do you guys, ladies and gentlemen, do you guys know? I am so stoned. Oh my god, what's his name? Al Bulick. He was part of the Philadelphia experiment. Time traveler, went into the future. Oh mate, I gotta send you some Al Bulick because there's links into the Philadelphia experiment. Now you want to talk about a trust me, bro? That is a guy you want to look into because he's linked into the Montauk Project, the Philadelphia experiment. Yeah, Al Bulick.
Oh,
yes,
I might have met him.
His rants. Yeah.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Trust me,
I might have met him. He worked for the Ministry of Defense, so I might have met him.
Honestly, if anyone's in chat right now, have a look at Al Bulick and listen to how good he can tell a story. I don't believe anything he says. There's another guy called Thomas something, and he's been talking about Vril and Maria Orsic, and it's like, you have no idea what they're talking about. They're just literally, trust me, bros, but they're good storytellers, and it's just ranting. It's like, it was like tossing word salad, you know what I mean? He was on Coast to Coast stuff and Art Bell's radio. Yeah, man, it's just stuff like that. It's people like that go, you're just full of crap. I'm sorry. But I forgot what I was saying though. Al Bulick, something about Al Bulick. I don't know. But yeah, he's allegedly part of the Philadelphia experiment. But the story he tells, mate, is like 2 hours long, like non-stop of like nonsense. It's quite impressive, actually. That's a grifter.
Did he mention Tesla being there? Did he mention?
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna do a search.
Well, while you're doing that, we've got the final part of his life now. This was the part that was shrouded in great controversy, where the FBI's came, excuse me, and took the files. So again, I've got a little thing to watch. It's about 10 minutes long. So if you want to roll one, and let's kick back and
hell yeah,
see what's going on. Okay. Just when you think you got it. Do you see? I just want to ask you guys in the chat, because I'm toying with an idea, because I've came across a good documentary, and these last two pieces of footage clips that I'm showing you came from this documentary, but I found it quite fascinated. So being I've got a bit of time, because the videos out there, they're just insanely stupid, to be honest. So do you think I should like chop it up into digestible, like longest 10 minutes and just put them out there? I'm toying with it and thinking I should.
Yeah, it's up to you, man. It's up to you. But I would agree with Rory. Yes, Nick. He's fake and gay and left-handed.
Right.
Oh, mate, love it.
Have I got it up there? Is it up on the screen? It's up on the screen. Okay. I'm just gonna press play and roll another one because I'm near the end now.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
So I can get stoned and we can talk about the great genius that is Nikola. I don't want to say was, because again, like that radio homage of him, he's so much around us every day. And the moment we realize everything, charging our mobile phones,
I mean, anything wireless basically is down to him.
Even Wi-Fi, Tesla. But here, let's check this out, man.
Go for it.
Great man.
Unknown subjects, equipment, experiments, and research of Nikola Tesla, deceased, espionage.
Following Tesla's death, fears rapidly increased that he might have invented a powerful new weapon. FBI Special Agent in Charge, P.E. Foxworth, was called in to investigate. He had been informed that Tesla's papers were not secure.
Tesla is reported to have completed and perfected his experiments in the radio transmission of electrical power, commonly referred to as the death ray. A distant relative of Tesla, named Sava Kasanovich, is taking steps to get possession of these important documents and plans.
Tesla's nephew, Kosanovich, was an up-and-coming Yugoslav diplomat with suspected connections with the communists. He insisted that his uncle's effects be returned to Yugoslavia.
Kosanovich had asked the locksmith to come and open the safe, thinking there might be a testament, a will, in the safe.
A will was never located.
And there was a lot of talk then about secret weapons and negotiations with the USSR. There was all kind of talk, you know.
Shortly before his death, Tesla showed a delivery boy a box in his room that he said contained a powerful weapon.
A number of people call me and ask me, did I see in the hotel room a certain kind of a box, you know? They were looking for some secret contraption that Tesla had invented. I never saw anything like that.
The U.S. Office of Alien Property immediately seized all of Tesla's possessions until their ownership could be established.
There's every evidence that they did look through all his papers, because the papers were not in order and certain things were missing.
All his technical papers on beam weapons were secretly microfilmed by U.S. military agents. On August 6, 1945, the first atomic bomb was exploded on Hiroshima, Japan. Soon after, the bomb would be in the Soviets' hands. During this period, copies of Tesla's papers on the beam weapon were shipped to Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio. There, a top-secret research program began called Project Nick to find a defense against nuclear missile attack.
It means smoking
Copies
weed,
of
man.
some of his papers were sent to Wright-Patterson in 1945. Not to my facility, not even the predecessor of my facility, but to another part of the base for analysis. And then they vanished. Nobody seems to know what happened to them.
In 1952, Sava Kasanovich obtained permission from U.S. authorities to return Tesla's estate, still stored in New York, to the inventor's homeland.
I personally believe that the U.S. government may have overlooked some things of value in the Tesla papers before they were released to the Yugoslav government.
A Tesla museum was opened in Belgrade by Yugoslavia's president, Marshal Tito. But during the Cold War, the museum was off limits to Western scientists and scholars. Then, in 1960, Soviet Premier Khrushchev announced that the USSR had developed a powerful new weapon. There was concern in the US that the Russians may have access to Tesla's missing papers on beam weapons in Belgrade and elsewhere.
It's possible that these papers on the particle beam weapon were obtained by the Soviet Union, but it wasn't the only copy. In other words, I think that the United States has always had Tesla's papers on particle beam weaponry.
An American beam weapon program began at Lawrence Livermore Laboratories, but engineers could not produce an effective directed energy weapon.
I've always been a sort of a fan of Nikola Tesla, an admirer. And definitely he had the concept of a charged particle beam weapon back in the 1930s. I haven't a clue, to be quite honest, how he meant to actually do it.
In 1978, evidence suggested that the Soviets were attempting to build a huge beam weapon near Semipalatinsk in the Ukraine. Soon after, President Ronald Reagan announced the Strategic Defense Initiative in March 1983.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace, to give us the means of rendering these nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete.
Tesla's concept for a beam weapon defense shield was finally taken seriously by the United States to combat the destructive threat of atomic weapons. In spite of circumstantial evidence, there is no direct proof that Tesla's ideas or plans were used in the Strategic Defense Initiative. And even today, after decades of investment and research, scientists still disagree on whether beam weapons are realistic.
Basically, let me just make a short statement. That's all I'm really at liberty to say, is that a considerable amount of effort has taken place in the United States and in a number of other countries trying to get these things up to a real weaponizable status. Let me stop at that point.
No U.S. government archive has any record of Tesla's technical papers, which were copied immediately after his death. And what has become of Tesla's great dream to transmit electrical power without wires? This is the Navy and Air Force High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, or HAARP, in Gacona, Alaska. The large antenna array is designed to beam high-energy microwaves into the ionosphere.
Tesla was a genius because way before anybody knew or even understood the physics of the Earth and what we call today the ionosphere, which is a layer of ionized particles about 80 kilometers above the Earth, he conceived it. And he tried to use it to produce a variety of new concepts.
The HAARP project evolved from a patent filed in 1987, in which Tesla's work is referenced. It proposed using the ionosphere like an enormous electrical circuit to transmit power around the planet. It even described a means of changing the weather by superheating portions of the upper atmosphere with microwave energy.
Tesla proposed that it might be possible to modify the weather by using radio waves. I believe that this is impossible.
Ionospheric modification is still in its early experimental stages, But microwave technology has already made it possible to transmit wireless power with the use of satellites.
We go to Alaska, and in Alaska there is natural gas. In order to send it somewhere, you have to create a pipeline. That's very expensive. So we said, all right, let's go into Alaska, create microwaves from the natural gas, send them to a satellite at a particular geosynchronous orbit, put a reflector there, and send it to Japan. And in Japan now, you get their antenna, which transforms these microwaves into 60 hertz, and you get electricity. So you make essentially Tesla's dream.
The scientific man does not aim at an immediate result. He does not expect that his advanced ideas will be readily taken up. His work is like that of the planter for the future.
That's right.
His duty is to lay the foundation for those who are to come and point the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
He was special. I mean, he was unique. He was unusual in all sorts of ways. And if we are to understand our own creativity, our own ability to invent, there's an awful lot to be learned by studying the way in which he created.
The day when we shall know exactly what electricity is will chronicle an event probably greater, more important than any other recorded in the history of the human race. Then it will be a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very real work of nature. See the excitement coming.
That's it.
That's interesting, man. Oh, right. First of all,
you've had it on me.
I don't know. I got bad munchies, but I'm going to be any Americans in chat. Your Hershey chocolate tastes like shit. Sorry, swore.
Oh,
but that's banging. Jolly Ranchers. They're all from America.
It's a complimentary sandwich. But we
so good.
do you know this term, the complimentary sandwich?
No, I never heard of that. What's that?
Oh, okay. It's used in office business. This is where I came across it because I worked my way up into an office where I was a kind of a player in the office. That was a different life. But anyways, you had to go to seminars, and one of the seminars that I went to was called the office sandwich. Right? It's called the complimentary sandwich. Now, when you want to tell somebody they're actually a lousy person, you don't come out and do that because that ruins that person. So what you do is you say something like, well, I've been looking over your past 3 months' work, because it would always be an evaluation. And you'd say, you know, your timekeeping is impeccable. But what you need to work on is this.
Right.
But then you finish it off with, you know, you really keep the team motivated. So it's a sandwich. You tell them what they're doing
good. Okay, gotcha.
But the bit that you really want to tell them, yo, you need to fix up here. You tell that you put that in the middle. So their takeaway from it is it's called and what you just pulled was a complimentary sandwich.
Right. It's a bit like another analogy.
Your Hershey's,
it's like when
Hershey's is awful, but these are brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. And another way I would put it as an English term is that when I order a big breakfast, like a traditional English breakfast, if they put a black pudding in there, that's like the bad stuff. Because I hate black pudding.
Okay, fair enough. It's not to everyone's taste. I love it. My
really?
I love black. Every so often I say
describe it.
It's wrong, isn't it? It's wrong because it used to be nice piece chunk of fat in there.
I don't know, bro. Honestly, every time I always say no black pudding. What does it taste like? Because I'm quite interested. Because it's part of the essential part of the.
It's kind of
full of
soft.
iron.
It's blood. It's blood. That's it. It's blood. That's what black pudding is. It's blood.
So what? It's congealed blood then.
I can't tell you how it's done. It's not congealed blood because it's mixed and everything. There's like it's mixed. It's like a very soft texture. But they see the black pudding that I find, I absolutely like it. So I get you if you don't like it. There's not many people. I mean, I loved it. I love it.
I don't know. I haven't had it in years, but I love my breakfast. But I always say no black pudding, darling. But stick 2 sugars in my teas, please.
No.
I'm back to 1. But no, it's blood, man. I don't know. I'll give it a go, mate. I'll give it a go, and I'll report back.
Well, to me, it's not what it used to be, because it used to be that with a nice chunk of fat in it. Now there's no fat, and they put oats in it, man.
Really? That's
I was showing my missus, and it's fake.
It is fake black pudding. Yeah, I'll give it a go, mate. But no, that analogy, just yeah. I thought I was going with this woman. She pop. I think she pop-ups in there.
Oh, sorry, I can't see. I'm choking away here happily. No, but see, my discontention with all this was, at the end of the day, I didn't pull the line, as you kind of figure the kind of guy I am. I'm for the people. Now, I actually see my saving grace in this thing is I actually saved the company quite a few times. And one of the things was I saw a department that really was running on its own, didn't know what it was doing, but they were running off the back of me. So I said, I'm going to take over this department now. Cost nothing. It's just that they were making us look good, because I did a lot. The moment I took my department over, I took it from a 76% accuracy to in the 90s.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. That's like me with Alien Addict, but the complete opposite. So I'm failing.
It's getting there. 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 But obviously, because the guy I am, I wouldn't go to meetings because I thought it was stupid. One of my pet peeves about the meetings was like the managers. Yeah. Now I'm on that level. They would all sit there and complain about their staff, and I'm thinking, it's not your staff, it's you. You take some responsibility, man. If the wheels ain't turning, it's you. You're the captain, mate. Why ain't the wheels turning? I had a great team. I made it a point of going around to everybody and saying good morning, how are you? They didn't like that. I spent first half an hour every morning walking around. How you doing, man? Just saying hello to everyone. You know what I mean? I couldn't remember their names, but I could remember their faces. Well, we were I always see, because I started off from the bottom. I did the worst job in there on the department. I did that. I worked my way up. So and the people that I worked my way up, they were there from basically, some new people came in, but the majority of the people there, I grew up. I worked. You get what I mean? So
yeah, no, I understand.
There was a lot of problems with that, because the one thing that I noticed was I was still going out for drinks after work with them and stuff, yeah. And then I was getting elevated, and certain liberties were being taken, and that was solely for the fact they still saw me. So I still had my hardcore friends, but they also climbed up, but they weren't like high up. But they climbed, so I could still go out for drinks with them and have giggles.
Oh, mate, do you know what? I can't stand that. I mean, thank God I've never been in that situation where you sort of. I understand going up on the ladder, but when you got to compete with your other co-workers and stuff like that, just to sort of. I get that. I've always been quite lucky. I've always I've enjoyed my life. I've been self-employed, so I've always learned building up my business. I mean, luckily enough, I'm in a really, really good situation, which I fucking worked my ass off to get. Sorry, I swore for that. But I literally PG-13, but literally blood, sweat, and tears to get where I am now, and I'm living a very comfortable life. So I understand sort of getting that level up, you know. But that competitiveness, what you just mentioned.
There weren't none. I'll tell you what. You know how I said for me there weren't none. See, the thing is with me that was different in that was a lot of the managers, they came in.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? They came in.
Yeah, sure.
I went up. You know what I mean? That's how come my department, because I was on with everybody. Even the people that used to do the computer shit, man. I'd go in there sometimes and just chill with them, have a chat with them, see how they're doing. And one thing was learning what they're doing as well. See, I didn't, there was no competitiveness in this. Do you want to, could I tell you what made them take notice in me?
Yeah, go for it. Go help people chat.
I'll just tell you real quick. To show you, I had no competitiveness. Everything was a natural progression. You showing good in this. Do you think you can manage that? And I said, yeah. All right. I'm talking. I'm in the job now, right? And this is how things move so fast. Within the first week, I was hired to go in there and pull things out, kind of like work in the mailroom kind of thing, right? But in the cubby holes, moving things and putting them in envelopes and shit. I did that for the first 3 days, but like because I was on it, they turned to me and they said, "Would you like to do the mailing?" This is in 3 days, so I said, "Okay." So I'm doing the mailing because it's just stupid. You're getting what everybody else has picked. It's easier.
Yeah,
you get what I mean? Because now they're picking, their fingers are hurting, and I'm getting the parcels and I'm putting them in, sacking them in the sacks for the postman to take, right? So the first day, my boss, he come to me and he said, "How many did you send out?" And I said, "I don't know." He says, "Well, kind of guess it." And I said, is that what's been going on? And he says, "Yeah, just give me a finger. How much do you think went out?" So I said, "Don't know, 3,000. He said, "Okay, sweet." So I went home and I thought about that, and I thought that's a bit messed up. So I sat there and I remembered everything that I sent out because it was one department, this department, that department. Do you get what I'm saying? I think it was about 7 departments, but I remembered it and I wrote it out, and I just did a sack count because I knew that every sack contained a certain amount because of the weight. Yeah. So I did a sack count off of that. So I knew roughly 96% what was sent out. So I could give him a pretty accurate figure. So did that. He went and he did the same thing, came over, asked me, and I said, "Look, boss, I wrote it down." And I gave him this piece of paper, you know, like a graph. Come back the next morning, him, and this is the second time I met the managing director, was there. And they asked me, he said, "You did this?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, I said, "Look, I was going to even ask you, could you photocopy me this so I can keep it, save me writing it out." And they said, they said, "Man, this is, thank you. Yes, we'll photocopy it." And they said, "In fact, we're going to get our people to look at it and make it a bit better." So to reward me now, and remember now, I'm under probation. This was unheard of because me and my buddies, we went out drinking on this one. This was a drink night, man. Because they were like, "Man, this is unheard of." I'm a month in to my now I'm still on probation. You got to work 3 months probation, yeah. So I'm a month into my probationary period. They come up to me and offer me a supervision role, but it was on another department. It wasn't this department. It was on another one, yeah. And I was friendly. I went out with one of the guys I used to drink with, was one of the guys that was on that department. Now, if anybody should have been supervisor, it was him. So I went back to him because I had to figure out how to say no, because I didn't know nothing about this department. This other guy's been running it from dot. Why aren't they offering him the job? Yeah. But what I went to them with, and this was my best move, this played out, this just set me up now. I went to them and I said, look, I'm very grateful that you can see, but I can't take this position because of this guy. He's been there longer and he's more qualified and more suitable. But if you have that much faith in me, the department that I'm in now, I could take on more responsibilities there because I like it there and I know the run-ins.
Yeah.
So they said, yeah, fair enough. Sorry. And this guy, he did go on to become the supervisor of that department. So it all worked out, you see. Because
yeah, I guess you had your honest side about it. You know, I think it works, but well on both ends, your end and your, because otherwise, if you took his job, it'd be pretty crappy. You know what I mean?
Well,
It might
see,
make tensions.
my site there, I wouldn't have took his job anyways. He was a nice guy, but my sites was more seen in my department because remember I told you I took over another department.
Oh yeah.
And they were running terribly, but they affected my department. So that's the opportunity I saw. And when I seized that, I took that all as from the 70 odd % rate efficiency to 90 something efficiency. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. And I said, it's check.
And you should have said to him, just said, you'll make me work like this. It's like fucking smoking weed, baby.
I was doing that. You know, the boss of the department. After lunch, he would come up to me and he said, "Listen, man, you need to spray yourself with some deodorant, man, because that weed's." But I used to play back to him because I became like where he was. You get what I mean? So I would turn to him and I would say his name was Rich as well, and I used to say, "Rich, you need to wipe your nose." It used to be powder always there. He was a lunch boy, man. Yeah, he was on a good wedge though, man. He was on a good wedge. But the stories I could tell you in the office, but it was great. It was great. And I'll tell you what, I did not feel that climb. You know how people have to be cutthroat and sell out their hearts. I didn't see that play. I didn't see that play.
Okay, that's fine, man. But you know, these day and age, everything's competitive, isn't it? It's when you want to work up the ladder and you're in a teamwork, you end up having friends, and then if you want to work up the ladder, you make friends with people. I think Rebecca was saying something like the fact that they'll stab you in the back. Basically, they're just trust no one.
Listen, some of them are like that. That's why I didn't like the management meetings. Because I just felt that. I just felt that. So yeah, but I was never a part of that. I was more because I'm just the way I am. I tried to be fair with everybody. You know what I mean? Like sometimes out of my own pocket, I would have KFC Friday, and I would use my hour's lunch and the authority that I have to get me and somebody else, and we'd go down KFC and get a feast, man. We'd have a feast. I'd close our section so nobody could see it. Man, those guys, the team was what made you, and that's that, man.
That's it. Look after yourself. Look after your team as well.
That's right.
You know,
and that's what I learned. That's all I learned. But I also learned that you got to show people that you're not afraid to do what you're asking them to do.
Yeah, I wish Nikola Tesla had the same thing. Let's bring it all back around. I wish Nikola Tesla did the same thing.
You know what? That's smoking that weed and talking about complimentary sandwich. You see where you got me? Yeah, but please. What is your take on Nikola Tesla? Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I learned karate. I've learned karate too. Yeah, Nikola Tesla. As I'm I did my day's research, listening to a lot of trust me bros and stuff like that. But he does have a somewhat paper trail, and the people of the past 120 years look at his inventions and say, look, this is a possibility. We can actually do this. Looking at HARP, saying there's a Tesla technology. Is it Barney Ward? I can't remember. The guy who created HARP said it was based on Tesla technology. But in terms of everything that we see, like this light bulb that's lighting up on here, all the wireless stuff to our phones is all down to Nikola Tesla.
Or the vibrating thing that he put in his pocket.
Exactly. Yeah. So all the women out there, you should be thanking Nikola Tesla for making a clit orgasm. No, I'm just saying.
What are you doing? This ain't alien addicts, man.
Oh, mate, but vibrations is an important thing.
And see, and you know about the frequency thing, 369.
Yeah, 369. Yeah.
We ain't even touched upon that because he was a big chatter of that as well.
But what is a 369? Is that sexual position or something like that? I don't know.
Oh my god. Does it sound like the daily podcast?
Oh, you've listened, have you?
No, not at all. Oh, sorry, I don't mean that in a bad way.
No.
I haven't got time, man. I'm still. It's so frustrating out there because you're searching for videos, and I mean, what's mad is, I believe, in my honest opinion, there's a video coming out from Florida. Have you seen that one?
No,
I think it's in Jacksonville.
Right.
Do you want to? Should I see if I can find it? Because
no, what is it? What is it, mate?
It's UFO in Jacksonville, Florida. It came out this week. If you can find it, fair enough.
Yeah,
but guys, I'm thinking. Look, because if I should have put this out, I don't think I didn't want to put this out because to me it looks CGI. Something don't feel right about this video.
Is it hold on. Is it a ball of light?
Nah. Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, go ahead. Was it this week, was it?
Yeah. How far? Yeah, it was this week. Oh.
Is it Jacksonville, did you say?
I think so. I think it is Jacksonville. I know it's definitely in Florida. I'm sure it's Jacksonville.
Oh my god! All I'm getting is bloody drones, and they're flipping. They're airplanes.
Oh, that don't end, man. That don't end.
Oh god, it's never ending. Yeah, sorry, bro. I can't find it. You probably have a better luck than I have.
Yeah, well, I know. I have been working, guys. I have been working. It's just, what can you work with? I mean, they're playing with that they're not stupid because it was fascinating to see. The SpaceX thing.
Oh yeah.
The swirl. But they're playing they're playing with that and calling it a UFO. It's beautiful still. I thought I should have put it out because it was beautiful, but say what it is. But people want to see UFOs. You guys want to see UFOs, and thanks to Rotary, I know I've seen one. I want to try and source it, but if I can't, I still might show it.
I caught the tail end of the spiral. It's actually on my yeah. I don't have it on my phone. I got it on my Investigate with Nick. So I filmed the skies 24/7, and I was actually sky watching that day because it was a clear blue sky. I can bring it up and show you. So it's nothing special, but yeah, everyone's saying it's extraterrestrial craft. It's a dimension to another portal. It's like I don't know, what is it? Something to do with fuel, something gay like that. I don't know.
This is the other one. I just come. Let me go through it. This is the other one. I know a few cats have jumped onto this one. So, oops, where am I? I got to be careful because when I'm stoned, don't I close down the wrong windows?
Yeah, yourself, mate. It's just leave me up here, like.
So,
Here, bring up my. I got my video up here, mate. If you just tap.
okay. Oh yeah, this is the spiral. I was gonna cry, but
My spiral. Right. Okay. Right. So this.
This is the Rumble channel.
This is my Rumble channel, Investigate with Nick 89. I have over 800. I'm going up to the 900 video mark. I film every single day, 24/7, day and night. Now, this, if you pay attention to the right-hand side where my cursor is, you can actually see, not that, that's a shooting star.
There's
a spiral. There it is. And that's it. I was actually... but yeah, look at the shooting stars.
Cool still, nevertheless, man.
So this is taken by my Insta360 Ace Pro 2 camera, but you can see all the shooting stars, the satellites. It's actually quite nice. You can see it popping up there in a minute.
That could be one of them Temple Bells.
It could be. Could be.
Hello, John Bell.
There you go.
And if you want to see, if you're not already on Rumble, or if you're on Rumble but you haven't got to Nick's channel, whatever, the link to his Rumble channel is in the description box, as well to the link to Alien Addicts, where you can find him on a Friday night. Is it
Friday night? Yeah. We'll see if I'm well enough. But man, my nose is clogged, man. It's terrible. I'm more like nasally. I sound like a nerd. No offense if you're nerds out there. So you know what I mean.
I'm taken.
What's this video? Did you manage to find it?
Yeah. Well, not the. I'll have a quick look while we're here. But here's one. This one they're promoting as, like, you remember the what was it called? The jellyfish video from the military.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Now this was sighted out in I don't know, some Far East place. Hold on, Middle East, Far East. This was in Iraq. Saladin, spotted in Saladin in Iraq, and this was on the 3rd. This was on the 21st of this month. Now, this is being equated to the what did I say? The jellyfish video. You remember that one, Nick?
Yeah, the one that Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's people are trying to say this is the next jellyfish. See if you see it, or I'm not going to say what I'm seeing. So I'm not going to influence nobody. Nick, don't see what you're seeing, I believe, but wait till the end, and then where do I press play? Stop it.
Whenever,
Nick.
mate.
Stop it, Nick.
شنو هذا يا استاذ؟ يا سبحان الله، شيء طاير بالهواء. شنو هذا؟ الله اكبر، الله اكبر.
This is the original video.
الله اكبر. شنو هذا؟ هذا زلمه. شنو؟ شكل زلمه هذا. تبع عليه زين. شنو هذا؟ ايه جاي يصور.
I'm not putting up no comment. I just don't want to spoil anybody's opinion.
ما اعرف شنو هذا. العشاء احمر ومنقش. داخل. الزعوات تحت.
Right, I am going to agree with Chillster on this one.
Chillster.
Is the last comment. I'm going to be honest. The way the wind was blowing, it was quite strong. it's the same direction. You can see where on the palm trees where it was blowing. You can see with the shrubbery as well. It's the same direction where the balloon was. It's like a balloon, basically, isn't it? It didn't look like a jellyfish to me. It didn't look like a jellyfish UFO, in my opinion, because the jellyfish UFO had like a ball on the top and all that. And yeah, who the hell is go meep meep? Who the hell are you, honestly?
Is meep meep here? Oh, meep, just meep.
Jesus Christ. I think it's most like that footage we saw is most likely a balloon, but yeah, meep meep. But the jellyfish had like a cylindrical ball on top with don't encourage it, guys. Meep meep bleep bleep. Yeah, so that's my opinion on that one. It looks like there's a balloon roadrunner.
do you see? Do you see what I'm playing with here?
Yeah. It's a tricky one, mate. You're never going to please anyone. People are going to say, "Oh no,
it's
you know."
See, this is where I class myself as the middleman, and if I was to put that out, I don't think I'm being such a good middleman, because I think that's balloons.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think you make a good point there, that the fact that you don't want to put this stuff out because it's not that great, and it kind of looked like balloons, mate. The way he was going, and it's.
See, I don't.
You're honest, mate. You know.
This one I thought was interesting, and I kind of even just think, why didn't I just even do it as a show? Oh, this has got the crappy music on it. I hate it when it does. Don't you hate it when they have that crappy music on it? Hold on, I'll just turn down the music. But here, have you seen this one?
Oh god, has it got that spooky ooky music? Honestly, the people who put like music, like scary music should be shot, in my opinion.
I used to do it in the infancy of this channel, but I grew up. I'm sorry. Is that the best way to play it? I can't sit there and say I never done it. I did do it, but I get you. Here's this video, man.
Oh, I played this on Alien Island. Here's the spooky music.
Did you have it without the spooky music?
No, I can hear it.
Yeah, I turned it down.
Yeah, it's only very slight, mate. Don't worry. But yeah, this is quite interesting. A lot of people say that it's AI. There's no projection from this thing in the sky, and it's reflecting through the different altitudes of the clouds. For instance, what we're dealing with here, if anyone study clouds like I have, that is called cumulus clouds. That is like the base layer. That's like the puffy clouds. That is the lowest in our altitude. But you can see it going in the different altitudes of the cumulus clouds. So it's, you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I wanted to see if I could slow it down because I noticed that. I mean, I think it could. The only how that could be CGI is the whole thing has to be CGI. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Because otherwise it'd just be too obvious in that respect.
No, it's that good. The whole thing's got to be CGI. If it's
yeah.
What is that? That is really good. The more I look at it, the more I like it, and I'm sure I could find a copy without the music. But it's too late now, isn't it?
yeah. Sorry, mate.
Can we watch it one more time? What do you guys think about this one? I wish I could slow it down. So, because I agree with Nick, the movements within the clouds, it's really good. A drone with neon lights. But wouldn't there, Nick, now if that's a drone with neon lights, wouldn't you think the distortion in the clouds don't match a drone.
Yeah, and I think this is, if it was that sort of technology, it most likely be projected somehow.
I hate to see. I hate to disagree. Much as I love you, I hate to disagree with you. But it could. You know what? I don't know because I don't know.
But my personal opinion, it's not glowing in unison with other parts of the clouds. So the black clouds you see at the bottom, that's actually hiding the object. That's obviously the cumulus. But if you look as it's turning, it's not really glowing the other part. See that part there? It gets even brighter. So I personally think that this could be AI.
AI.
Yeah. You see what I mean? It's very... And then it turns, and then it brightens up there. See, it brightens up. That makes no sense.
I'll tell you what, though. See, I agree. I agree. If that's AI, though, that's really good.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? This is it. We're at the stage now, guys, is where we can't trust what we're actually seeing. Mate, I've seen some like naked photos and stuff like that. You know, that's because of Twitter. It's nothing I searched for, but it's literally like you cannot tell the difference of these women. It's crazy.
I'm just asking.
I'm not looking.
I'm just asking for a friend.
But it's incredible. It's absolutely crazy. And this is the public. This is what the public are having, the ability to get access to this sort of stuff.
I like that.
Yeah,
it's kind of mesmerizing and soothing. I like it. No,
it is. It is. Yeah.
One more time. I just kind of wish I did should have done a short on it. Yeah. What do you guys think?
But what purpose is this light in the sky for? Why? Always ask yourself why. You know what I mean?
Right. Let's have that. That actually is one.
Unknown subjects, equipment, experiments, and research of Nikola Tesla.
What are you doing?
Oh my god.
Oh, Hayden. So yeah, I mean, I haven't really found like a lot of videos on like UFOs and stuff like that, but like I said, we're at the stage now. We've got to be really careful of what we're. It's good to see the. I mean, I kind of get tired of this now because you can kind of tell when something's CGI, isn't it? To a certain degree.
See, I mean, I used to think trust your gut, and I'm kind of going to play with that on that one. See, that one's interesting. That video isn't. If it is a drone, it's a good. But I do think that CGI generated very good.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Agree.
I don't know though. I want it to be real on the ball.
We always want the truth, mate, but unfortunately, we're not going to get that. We just have to rely on footage, and unfortunately, now with the emergence of AI being in a click of a button, and it's just advancing, you ain't going to trust anything that's going to come forward. So, yeah, on that one.
Yeah, I'm still. I came across this and I thought this was interesting. I did contemplate. This is about a day ago.
Okay, so
I did contemplate about just straight up ripping this and just putting it up, but that ain't my style. See, I'm telling you, desperate times, man. Desperate times.
I understand.
It ain't my style, man. But is it on the screen? No, it's not. Okay.
No, not yet, mate.
There we go.
There we go.
No, I thought this was interesting, and this is actually from a documentary. I never heard of this, and I probably won't watch it. You might know, Nick, though, because you watch these kind of things, don't you, or not?
Kind of.
Okay.
Is she alien?
I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is. But these guys, they claim they got proof of a wormhole, and they photographed shit coming out of it. Not
All right,
the
cool.
sorry.
PG-13.
Here we go.
We also found something to this day. There's not one scientist that can figure it out.
Really?
We think it's a wormhole.
What? Yes. So you saw something go in it?
No, come out of it.
Oh, come out of it.
And not just one, multiple things.
Whoa.
Some sort of cloud, we don't know what to call it.
Yeah.
That opens and closes, and multiple objects coming out of it.
Crazy.
Yes. And also what we did to make it very scientific is we triangulated. So we had cameras on the coast of California and across in Catalina Island and a third location.
Wow.
So from 3 locations, we were capturing data.
That's crazy.
I know. And then we had radar validate the cameras exactly in that location, showing these objects come out of that hole. We don't know what it is, so we're calling it a wormhole.
That's the documentary it's from.
Okay, a tear in the sky.
I had a quick butchers at it, and I thought, well, there's some players in it. There's some people that I've heard about in this talking about it, but you know what I mean? They come again. I always say it's evidence, and they're waving pictures around. They've got like that Chinese looking dude that's a physicist backing them up.
Yeah, but you need to take this in consideration. She says we think it's a black hole. No, she said it is a black hole. She says she thinks it's a black hole. So
I don't know.
Again, it's fascinating to see, but again, are we actually witnessing a black hole? I mean, this goes back to like the pyramid sort of stuff. Are we actually seeing Tesla coils? What are these columns doing? Is it why are we suddenly believing CGI animated interpretations and artists' impressions of what we think underneath the pyramids? Because we've seen that and everyone's just regurgitating that. Or has anybody actually read the paper that came out, in 2022? Why wasn't we talking about back then? You know what I mean? So again, it's just needs something a bit more to back it up. Just to say that we think it is. It's like, well.
Well, while we're talking, but I don't see. This is again when I say you talk about back it up. Now they're saying right that they've got the photographic evidence and it backs up everything by satellite, and they've got photographs of multiple objects coming out of this bit in the sky. I just skimmed through it, man. I didn't watch the documentary. But I just quickly look. See, I look for something like what you're saying, evidence. But I look for the simplest bit of evidence they can have. You know what I mean? I don't know what you want. I feel you want some grandiose thing, like why you're.
Well, the thing is, mate, is I understand what you mean. It's the fact that this is a problem when we get videos like this. It's like flipping TikTok videos. It's like, I know what I'm talking about. It's like, really? How do you know what you're talking about? Because I watched a 10-second TikTok video. It's like, no, you need to do more research into it. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. And because the first thing when I saw this clip, I thought, well, this is pretty interesting. What's the source? And then I saw at the end the source. So I looked it up and I managed to watch. I watched probably about 25 minutes of the video. And that's pretty good for me because I don't watch a lot of documentaries, especially about this kind of stuff. But I wanted to see the evidence. And to me, I don't want something grandiose. So you got a picture and you got some data that can back this up. I'm in. And that's what they got. That's what they got. And they're explaining it. That's what I'm trying to say. There probably is more you might want, but we ain't got it.
Yeah. Oh, check out this documentary. If they actually says this is what a wormhole looks like, this is what a wormhole is, we taken a photograph of it, and here are objects coming out of it.
But I think that's the explanation they got from it, because they didn't see anything go into it. They just saw multiple objects coming out of it. Like,
oh yeah, I guess so.
And they're trying, and what they're saying is their evidence is they've got photographic that backs it up with satellites, and they've come from 3 different angles at this. It's quite interesting. And then you got
fair enough.
It is quite interesting. I mean, you could look at it as a bit of who shot John, or is this quite interesting? I think the name wormhole is what they're what they have to give it. Their only explanation is what they can give it. But it could be just it could be a rip into reality. Who knows? We all believe we tend to buy into an interdimensional being, spirits. A lot of people agreeing that a lot of stuff going out there is kind of spiritual, and they've been doing this for ages, man. And this is what we're witnessing. I just really, I don't know, because all I can say is, look, they made this. This is them making their own documentary.
Yeah.
So you can come in at both angles, but if those pictures are real, the data that they're showing is real, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. I'll definitely check it out. A Tear in the Sky.
And again, going back to the writings, we're all guilty of that, because they were out there, but they weren't out there for. I don't know why. Look, I never even heard of the papers, until that guy started talking about it. I never heard about it. I'll tell you where I heard about it. I heard it on the same place where I'm in now. That's where I saw it. And I saw this guy, and I thought, this is wild. And then I saw that this thing came out. And when that came out, in about 12 hours, I saw a little rumbling going, and I thought, you know what? Gotta get onto this, man. That's why I was like in the morning, hey, I'm going to do a pop-up show. You in?
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Because I knew this was huge. I knew that story, and I got to say, if true, them findings, if true, and they're able to back it up, it's going to rewrite history, man.
Oh yeah, it will do. It will do. But when I was at my boot camp, right, and this is when the news first broke, and I talked about the potential of the pyramids being some sort of energy generator, that the look on people's faces, like, what? And you believe that the pyramids were built by aliens? I'm like, no, you retard. Like, honestly, see, this is exactly what they want you to believe. That is the conspiracy behind it. They want you to believe that the pyramids were built by aliens. But the whole concept of the pyramids being an energy generator, or essentially like a bloody nuclear power plant or an energy harness thing, it's just too woo for these people. If they have been born and bred, mate, just like me and you, as a kid, that the pyramids were built for pharaohs, and it took 20 years, and history's a lie. Obviously, now we know that's a load of total nonsense. So it's force-fed you this crap of, in my opinion, disinformation since you were born, and people just regurgitate what they've learned back in school. It's like, well, how do you know that? Like, what, how do you know that the pyramids are what 5,000 years old? How do you know that the pyramids were built for some flipping pharaohs? How do you know it took 20 years? And now with this new discovery, I'm like, right, okay, well, that 20 years is completely out of the question, because they've built 8 holes that are like twice the size of Eiffel Tower. That's going deep into the bedrock. So it's just like common sense. But the schools are there to dumb down and to indoctrinate people. And thank God I'm not a flipping kid or a teenager in 2025. Oh my God. People in the chat, could you just imagine it? Can you just imagine it? Terrible. Thank God I was a 90s kid. But you know what I mean, mate?
You would be fake and gay.
I'll be fake and super gay. I'll have pink hair. I'll have pronouns. I'll have... Oh, mate, it'd be a total clown show, my friend. Just like Rory says. Oh, you said a clown show as well. I feel the same, Nick. Honestly, yeah. I don't want to go on that road because I would go on a massive rant. But you know what I mean? As soon as you went into school, you were indoctrinated into believing what to believe, who asked to kiss, who to vote for. Again, it's just indoctrination. And it's the same with the pyramids, mate. Even if you talk to any kids these days, well, especially when I was a kid, you know, it was World War II, which what they taught was a lie, and it was Egyptology or something like that. I don't bloody say the name, but it's basically those two subjects, and it was just all lies when they were presenting the information to the kids. I don't know what it's like now, mate. It's probably changed a lot. All this bloody like. You can be a lamppost, you know, you can be a dog, you can be a cat.
My remembrance of schooling, see, I never took it too seriously because I was a stoner at school.
Oh, I'm the same. Yeah. Yeah, I was the same.
All I did, I just had enough. I just had enough to get by. But because what I learned, I don't know when I came to this decision, but what I learned about school was everything is just repetitive. So you read a book, all you got to do is remember the book.
Oh yeah.
That's all you got to do. Just remember the book. So it left a lot less time messing in the head about the book that you just remember. Just remember the book. It's the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
You get stoned, man. Don't get stoned. I had one English teacher, right? I found it very difficult to function with these people because I grew up in a certain way, but I was put into advanced English, and these cats, man, they were like out of my league. You know, I came from a different place, but these guys, I remember one kid, man, he got an A. And he just jumped up and he said, "Wow, man, I got an A, man. My dad's gonna buy me a car." It was for like one of the big tests.
Yeah.
He got an A. He got an A. My dad's gonna get me the Jeep. And like, I got an A. I was thinking, fuck, I'm lucky if I get a Happy Meal out of this.
Mate, I tell you what now.
That's the kind of level.
Me, I hated secondary school. Have you seen my old school photo? Have you seen it? Have you seen me? Do you want to see me stoned, like proper stoned, back in like high school, secondary school? I'll bring it up. Oh.
But I'll just kick this real quick. Yeah, my teacher, then my English teacher, she saw that I had a bit of a problem adjusting, but she liked my stuff. So what she said to me was, I don't have to come to her class. Just come in after class and after school. Just come in, you know, let's touch base, but, you know, spend your time in the library. Wink, wink. Because my library was the racquetball courts.
Yeah.
So I used to go down there, end courts, getting stoned.
That's what I did. Mate, that's what I did. Pull up this picture. This is me.
Oh no,
back in secondary school. Look at this. Check this out. That's me. Look how stoned I am. Mate, honestly,
who's that girl next to you, man?
That's me, mate. That's just taken like 5 minutes earlier.
Are you in the group picture as well? No, I'm playing.
Yeah. So I am there on the. That's me with the cross against my head. Yeah, I was.
When was that? When was that?
So this is in 2006. So this guy here, whose name's Jamie, who died recently, or well, a couple of years ago, of a drug overdose. He came over to my place with her, Kaj, and we both got absolutely stoned, like first thing in the morning. We took a taxi, and then if you look really carefully, I actually got a Motorhead t-shirt underneath because I think the day before we might have gone and seen Motorhead with my mum, out of all people to see Motorhead with. But yeah, that is me. 2006, I think. 2006. So yeah, get that ugly tosser off the screen.
There you go.
That is me.
Well, why worry about school? I think you're frustrated. How old are you, Nick?
I'm 35. But the point I want to make, guys, is look, I've got no GCSEs. In fact, when I finished secondary school, I went straight into music college. And I tell you what, music college was one of my best times of my life. It was such a creative time. Put into a band format, learn about the industry. It was really such an amazing time. And it doesn't matter if you haven't got like GCSEs and all that. I've taken a different path in life. I mean, I'm a gardener by trade, but I am something else than another gardener. But if you work hard, like literally work hard and be in a positive mindset, you will achieve your goals on that. And at the moment, I mean, at the current state of England at the moment, I don't know how I would cope being self-employed. It must be really difficult. But luckily, me and the missus in a really good situation where we don't have to worry about bills and stuff. But that wasn't just handed to me. I worked my ass off to get where I am at the moment. Literally worked my ass off, you know. So but just work at it, guys. You think, oh, I haven't got the GCSEs and all that. Fuck that. Just
PG.
You know, PG-13. I know, but if you go in and you show enthusiasm and they got a drive for something, that's what people will appeal to. Is that making sense? I'm stoned as hell, man. I don't know if I'm making sense at all.
Man, you're talking like how it was. You know, that's how it was, man. I have always succeeded in working wherever I wanted to work because I could adapt, but I wasn't. That's why when I told you I saved that company money, I'll tell you, you know, the office hours told you I saved them money.
Yeah.
They had a flood, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying, look, no one. I went up there and I rolled up my sleeves. Yeah, I didn't care about my feet getting wet, and I stuck my hands down the drains, man. And I was pulling out the bits of paper that was blocking up the water because it was nothing but just water.
Yeah.
But lo and behold, again, I didn't know that the MD was watching me because everybody else was stood around doing nothing. So once the water got down, they were like, come on, let's get these stuff out of here, man. I just thought, well, it's stupid. It's an easy problem to solve. Why are you waiting for somebody else to solve it? Just roll up your sleeve. They were like quite a few. But do you get what I mean?
Do you find like a lot of people are just lazy, especially in England? They just don't want to work.
I'm not going to say especially in England. I'm not saying
Everywhere,
that. I just think there's an hierarchy, yeah, and this kind of hierarchy is stupid because you should the attitude I have is like this. It's a saying. I look after where I'm fed. There's an actual other word. You don't crap where you eat. Right? So anywhere that I work, I'm not gonna destroy it, man. I want it to. If I can grow, I want that thing to grow with me. You know, I kind of look at it in a weird way. That's how come nothing was cutthroat.
Oh, mate. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah.
But
Chillster, that's
I'm a
basically
grafter.
me, mate.
That's it. No, that's you put it in the simplest terms. I'm babbling on, but that's what it is. Putting in a good day's graft, man, and using intelligence.
Yeah,
because there's some people.
He says I'm a graft stoned as fuck. That's basically me.
See, I went to this place to work. I went to this place to work because when I went to college, I worked agencies. You know, do you remember back in the days? Do you remember that agency working?
Agencies
I did end up working for one of the biggest called Pertemps. You remember them? Did you have them? I worked for Pertemps, but I was going to college, so you know, I managed to get quite a few gigs because I couldn't stay. You had 13 weeks to work at a company, and after 13 weeks, they either had to hire you or they had to pay a bit more for you because you were that good. They considered, and they were paying already enough agency rates, anyways. But
yeah,
I went and worked at this one job, and it was the most boringest job I ever had. It was in a box factory. Shit you not. It was in a box factory. Luckily, this gig was about 4 weeks. Yeah, see, you're falling asleep ready. A box factory. Now, the saddest thing about this box factory job was the janitor. He was an old boy. And I said, what they got you? Because I thought he was agency, because agency sometimes bring in old boys as well. And he told me, no, he's been working there since that factory opened, about 40 years. And I said, man, all you've been doing was pushing a broom. He said, yeah. I thought that was the most saddest thing I ever. How are you in a company for 40 years and you're still pushing a broom?
Yeah. Was he complaining though? Was he complaining?
He weren't complaining.
Well, you know, if people, if he's content with, you know,
40 odd years.
mopping. I know, mate. You think 40 odd years is a lot of time, you know. There's
Just
a guy.
broom.
There's a guy, when I go to the gym, there's a guy who sweeps the Sainsbury's car park. He was for Sainsbury's. He's got his bloody wheelie bin and he's got his broom, and he's so he's so content, and he's like, he's happy Larry, you know. He's I'm like, do you know what? You do you. If it makes you happy, mate, that's absolutely fine. I couldn't do that. I'm that's like a sexless marriage, mate. You know, it's boring, man. It must drive you insane.
No, I couldn't understand why ain't this man the lowest, at least a supervisor? Surely you must have seen the runnings of this place. You've been in that long. That was like the saddest thing to me that I came.
Well, he didn't help him. In one way, he didn't help himself.
No,
or find the opportunity, you know.
How could you not find the opportunity? Surely some guy must have been sick, because the turnover in staff in this place. The box factory job is the worst job going. It's boring as shit, man. Sorry.
It's boring. It sounds boring.
It is. And they have little machines that cut the boxes and bend them so they go into even bigger boxes. It's an insane job.
God, that just annoy me.
They told me straight up it was for a month. Whatever time, it was either a month or 3 weeks, but whatever they told me.
Yeah.
And that was done. Are you sticking your fingers up at me because you went off camera? See, he's doing that, ain't he?
No, I'm blowing my nose. I don't want to be blowing my nose.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm a gentleman, you see.
So now, I'm sorry. Now, I found that video from the one in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just graft, man. Just graft. Work hard, man. I get you, because I'm that way too. I got basic education, but that's down to me, man. I'm a guy that just wanted to sit there and watch the world go on by, and I was happy.
Yeah, that's good, man. If people content like that, but I want to get my hands dirty when I want to earn a living.
I'm not saying I didn't put in my fair. As far as saying, like, I just was more happy, more content to watch the world go on by.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was to my detriment, because when I decided, look, hey man, my wake up call was like, I think I was in my 30s when I thought. No, my wake up call was about. I was about 27. I just thought, this ain't it, man. I need to work. I need to do something with myself, man. Can't do this crap every day. Have I got it? Oh, I got it. Because it popped up. I've got the article, but this was the one. Oh my God. And then I think we'll wrap it up. This, you don't understand how hard this is, Nick. I'm
you just have
getting
to
there.
link up.
I got it. Now, what happened was because I had to click the link, it opened up another window. And,
I see.
you got it?
Oh, there it is.
Is it up?
It is up, indeed. Pull it bigger if you could. That'd be amazing.
Well, I was just gonna just get the details on this. Yeah, Jacksonville, Florida. This was sighted over.
Okay.
And this is an image of the strange object. So I'll play the video, 19 seconds long. Now, I'm not going to say what I think this is, but it screams it to me.
It looks CGI to me.
What's happened?
Is that it? That can't be it.
Yeah, I think it's because I tried to jump off. See, I wanted to say it was a bag.
Yeah, like if you can imagine like a tent.
The tent video.
Have
you seen the
bin
tent?
liner? No, I don't think I have, mate. Is that the one I saw was blown in the wind or something like that?
I'm not going to be able to find it, but it was a pretty funny video. But it was a guy's tent, and it blew up in the wind. But it went up, and it looked like a UFO.
Oh right.
But because you seen it blow up and go into you knew it was a tent, so it was just known as
right.
a tent video, and it was like it was like the funniest thing. Lasted a couple of days on Reddit. So should I dive in? Let's look at some of the stills on this. So, what's your take? Do you want to even bother?
It's a tricky one, mate. It's a tricky one. What with a bin liner, you would have thought it would be moving in with the wind. It's very stationary.
See, but there seems to be something off the side of it when it turns. See, I'm still wanting to go with not bin liner. I'm thinking, could this be like a, let's say, a solar balloon that's kind of like deflated? I don't know. What the hell? I don't know. There's something not right with it.
Yeah.
But let's see what the story says. Let's see. We'll let that play. Okay, so this was. Yeah, straight up shape. Should we go for it? Shape shifting, slowly turning object hovering over above Green Grove Springs on Saturday afternoon, leaving many to speculate about it. The morphing black object was high above just west of US 17 and south of County Road 315, slowly heading south. It made no noise, and it was at least a few hundred feet off ground. At times, the shape was like a spacecraft, while it looked like a turtle shell. A ball inside with a white outline that almost looked like a mouth and teeth. And there it is. Mouth and teeth.
Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ.
All right, let's see.
You made that out of that, did you?
Huh?
Did they make that out of that, did they? Oh mate. I'm so good on 420 hard on this one. Oh, you gotta have a laugh.
No, but do you see what I'm working with here?
Yeah.
Do you want to read more of the story, or can we let that go now? What do you guys? What do you
Oh
guys
my
think in the
god.
chat? No, what do you guys think it is in the chat? Do you want to take another trip down? Do you want to see more of what I have to put up with? Because some of it's quite funny.
Yeah, go for it.
So please, I'm telling you, I do work. It's just there's nothing to work with here.
There's nothing much, mate.
I found this interesting. Here's one that I found interesting. Now I wish I could source this one. And plus it's been covered. I think it's an old footage.
Oh man. Oh, these UFO footage is just you got to have a laugh a bit sometimes. It's
Are you seeing this one?
Pull it up, man.
Oh, sorry. No, don't worry. This is comical, man. Is that song Afro Man? Because I was high. I could have played the video right, but I was high. I messed up my entire life because I was high. Oh, I think I got it now. There we go. God. All right.
Yeah, I don't have much UFO footage either, mate. I'm looking through at the moment. I don't have that much.
There's not a lot to work with because
it's not, mate. No.
If it's this one, I thought was interesting, but I'm wondering is it a reflection? There's no sound to this one, but are they shooting a beam of light out and it's a reflection? Because of camera movement.
Computer says no.
See, I'm glad that I'm see again. It's follow your gut, and this is what I'm doing because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I want something a bit more solid.
Yeah.
But what I am gonna share something with you guys.
Go on then.
But I'm not gonna tell you what it is because I got dry mouth.
I know the feeling.
So there is going to be something I'm going to cover up. Now, this might turn out to be a pop-up live show, Nick. So I know if you want part of it, come in. I got to keep it. I'm keeping it a bit under wraps. But if you're interested and want to know, I'll tell you if you want to keep it under wraps. Because the reason why I want to keep it under wraps.
Take a sip.
That's nice.
What are you drinking, bruv? Ribena.
Yeah, something like that.
What are you, 5?
I love it. Hey man, all right. What it is I've managed to acquire the email address of this person who's making these. Well, her name is attached to it at the moment. Because I can't verify it's her. I can only say that it's claimed that it is this person, but this person works for a certain organization. I can't go too much into it, but man, if this is true, this is a pretty wild story.
Okay, bruv.
And so
right.
I'm reaching out to her and she hasn't got back, but I'm going to tell her of my intent. And if this isn't you, please verify. Because I don't want to put this person out there and I'm falling for a little giggle because it is April Fool's. April Fool's is around the corner.
Yeah, I understand, bro.
But nevertheless, this one is a bit shorter than the 4chan alien base leaker. So it's something that I can cover because I actually read it from start to finish. So for me, that's pretty good. But I found it very interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that I can get this lady on.
Okay.
If it is her, and if it isn't her, I can still tell you the story and then say, look, this is the finding.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. So when are you looking to do that, Hidden?
If I can get this woman, if this, I've given too much away, but if this person gets in touch with me, yeah,
yeah,
and even just to verify, even if it's just to verify it, we'll put it in the show. But ideally, I would like her because she's come this far. Obviously, I can find her, so anybody could find her basically if they knew who they're looking for. Do you get what I'm saying? So what have you got to lose?
Okay.
You put this
I see
out
it.
there. Let's hear it from your side because I think it's very interesting what you're saying. It's pretty insane what you're not insane in like, hey man, you're crazy. It's insane about like what is actually known but not known.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So
Interesting. Well, looking forward to that.
You've come this far. Come on in Underbelly. Let's man, because I'm a fan. I really like it.
Fantastic.
You're not talking to a person who's going to try and tear you apart. Let's hear what you got to say.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, we're here with me and Hidden. We're just chilled, relaxed. We just want to know your story. Obviously, we're not going to grill you or anything like that. That's not our intentions at all. We just want to know what's people's perspectives on the situations. Ask the questions. Yeah.
But,
yeah, absolutely.
There's no, not going to be one of those people shout at you and stuff. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it because you're coming with some credentials.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to say. You get me now when I'm saying, look, you've come this far. I've managed to catch you. I've managed to catch your email address. Now, if I can catch that email address, anybody's going to catch that email address. I did a quick Google search of who you are, and I did do that Google. I got you. So if this is I did email her and I said, look, your name has been attached to this paper. I just want to know.
Okay, cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
I'm gonna push her for about maybe a week.
Okay.
Because I don't know if personal things. People have things going up that they don't get their emails. So I'm trying to give her a kosher bit of time on this.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I mean, in due time, just give us a shout, and you're definitely looking forward to it. You definitely got my ears pierced, listening. So yeah.
So also, do you follow the Kanye rants?
Go on.
It's a random thing. Have you seen the Kanye rants? I'm not going to put them up. I'm just.
Which one?
His latest rants.
No, I haven't. To be honest with you, go on, enlighten me.
I just wish you had seen it so we could have a giggle. Anybody out there in the chat have seen it? The thing is, man, I can't say. He's pretty. Sometimes it's a wonder with him, yeah. And I thank you, Rotary. Is vibrating right now. Sorry, hello.
Oh, that's funny.
Kanye's just been saying some really. To me, I'm questioning about how X has a platform and it's a freedom of speech. Because have you seen the swastika T-shirts that Kanye's selling? You don't know about all of this.
I'm not surprised, brother. I'm not surprised.
Kanye has lost the plot. He's been losing it for a while, man, but he's lost it. He's lost it. And Twitter's giving him a platform. Man, he's giving him a platform, man. It's insane. The stuff he's been saying, man.
Yeah, I saw a video today that was recommended to me. I was like, why did you recommend this to me?
Oh, did I? Sorry. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Do appreciate it, brother. Yeah, when it comes to like free speech is all good, but it's like don't give me death videos, please. I don't need to see this on Twitter. I don't need to see this. The guy deserved it, but it was like, oof, like, you know, it was, yeah.
I don't know, man. Twitter, I see the Kanye tweets other places. I don't search Twitter. It's not a place for me.
With Twitter, I only go there for the information we look at. We all go through the same scenario of information. Go for it.
Have you got a bit more time to have one more joint, and then I'll show you the tweets? Well, I'm not gonna. No, I can't really show you. Can I show you one funny of the tweets?
Go on then.
I don't know how I'm gonna get it. I don't know how I'm gonna get it because I only posted it on Discord.
Hang on. I just suppose no can.
But I do think. See, I'm an advocate of free speech, but he's basically called, Beyonce and Jay-Z. I can't use the word, but if you guys understand South Park talk, then he's called their kid two of their kids artards. But then it just gets more worse. I don't know. What are you looking at, man?
I'm trying to find these tweets. Oh, the guy is an absolute complete bellend.
He's. You see, the thing is, there's two things. There's two things that I gotta say. Freedom of speech. Some of the stuff that he's saying is wrong, and he's deleted some of them. But I don't know, man. I don't know, because I believe Cat Williams. You heard of him? I'm gonna name drop
Cat Williams.
Now. You heard of him?
Yeah.
Cat Williams said about Kanye. He said, "We all know he's mad, but yet we always put him out in the public. If we just stop talking about him and shit, yeah." So I'm kind of guilty now. He might do, but because he's just. Have you seen the swastika t-shirts he's selling?
I'm trying to find it, mate. I'm trying to find it.
I'm sure. See, on Discord, I post that stuff.
No, I can't find it.
I'm sorry. I'm rolling another joint, then I'm going to say goodbye because Nick's getting tired and told off.
No. My missus, she's not working tomorrow, so she could go as long as we want, mate. She hasn't even complained or anything. I think she's asleep.
Well, see, it's been ages since I had a smoke, man.
Yeah, so smoke. I've got one rolled up here.
I'm rolling there.
Yeah. What do you think? What makes you think that Kanye West turned so dramatically?
His mother.
Do you reckon?
When his mother died, that's when I know. Look, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm sorry, I can't say I'm gonna tell you this. My opinion about Kanye is he is a musical genius. He is brilliant. He is brilliant. College dropout. He's brilliant, man. He's brilliant. And he was on the way. I don't know what happened. I don't know if some of the stuff that he says in his music, like he sold his soul and shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Some people, there's conspiracy theories saying that, and I don't think it's true. So I don't. Should I say it anyways, even though I don't think it's true?
What's up?
The conspiracy theory, things went wrong for Kanye when his mother died. Now, some said that was an Illuminati sacrifice, right? Because they have to give something up that they love, and his mother. I don't buy that.
No, I don't buy that. No.
I just think that grief, and especially having the wrong people around you.
And how much money and everything.
It's not necessarily I'm just saying the wrong people around you, because you could have money but have the right people around you. Just having the wrong people around you, I think it twisted him a bit. And it's twisted him to a point that maybe I don't know. But I noticed the change in him from when his mother died. He went, but
yeah,
who knows if this is part of staying relevant? The Kanye tweets, could it be?
No, he's doing his own thing, mate. He's gone up another path that is just no going back, so to speak. And I think he probably saw the dark side of Hollywood. It's a bit like, for instance, my favorite actor of all time is Jim Carrey. My favorite movie of honestly, my favorite movie of for me is The Mask.
I thought you said Leonardo DiCaprio was your favorite actor.
He can literally, I would literally smack him with the biggest part of my dick across that guy's face. I can't stand Leonardo DiCaprio.
All right, I won't mention it for
no,
PG-13.
We've gone past there, mate. But if you look at Jim Carrey, the way he went from in the 90s through massive amounts of success and getting that money really, really fast, especially in 1994. But then he saw the dark side of Hollywood. And I guarantee if you're at a pub and Jim Carrey's drunk, he's going to tell you some stuff. Dark stuff. He's like, I think the only person who hasn't gone down that avenue is like Ricky Gervais or something like that. Because he speaks.
And Leonardo.
Mate, if you mention it one more time, I'm going to actually downvote this video. Honestly, we're doing.
Well, you haven't done it already. Yeah, that's a thing we got to stay away from. But I'll pop it up real quick.
Yeah,
that's a thing you got to stay away from. And can you believe? All I'm gonna just say, can you believe Ellen DeGeneres is living here in England?
It's Ireland, isn't it? No, that's Rosie O'Donnell.
All I just know is I hope I don't bump into her. I know I won't, but I hope I don't. I got to give her a smack.
Oh yeah. She's a horrible person. Terrible, horrible. The thing is, I think what we are witnessing now, Hidden, is the death of celebrities. I think the celebrity status, what I remember back in the 90s, the like high and mighty sort of figures, so to speak. And now you're starting to see the ugly side of them and what they're true. I mean, for instance, Snow White, Rachel Zegler, the new Snow White movie. People will say, why are people being so nasty to her? It's like, because she says stupid, dumb stuff, and she's a narcissist, and she says horrible stuff. And people see onto that. But the mainstream media say, oh, no, you're just racist, and, you're mouth breeders and all that really nasty words. It's like, no, because when these celebrities say stupid, dumb stuff and lefty idiots, as Woodrow Saxon would say, people are going to catch on to that and says, we're not ready. No, we're fed up with this crap, basically, because celebrities say dumb, stupid stuff. And this is where they are at the moment. Is very much part of narcissism, mate. And this goes for most probably Kanye West as well. When you got so much power, so much influence, so much money, you're this authority figure, gives you the voice of reason, so to speak. It's like, no, you don't speak for the rest of us. You just live in your own little bubble. Do you see what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know.
I do see the sense, but why play the game?
Because it's the fame. It's the fame. They want the fame. Look at Harvey Weinstein. The amount of celebrities that sucked his dick to get where they are. It's true. It's true. It's true. This is what it is. It's true. That's Hollywood, baby.
It's a known thing. It's a known thing, but forcing, that's a whole different kettle of fish. So it's the yin and the yang. There's a good side to Hollywood and there's a dark side to Hollywood. There always has been.
There's always a dark side.
There was it's It's a big thing to go through, man. But you know, there's like you said, there's many out there that they can make it without selling their soul. Many
True.
just see it as an easier way to do it.
That's very true.
No, like
It's very, very true.
like the guy that I always talk about, Clint Eastwood. He did a good job. Yeah, you thought I was gonna say Leo, didn't you? Yeah, I know
I
you
thought you
did.
were gonna say that, you
No,
bastard.
but it's right. It's right, man.
Do I make you uncomfortable, Hidden?
No, there was a thing that you said, and I wanted to show, but I forgot what it was. So there you go. No, me too. But it's just a mad world. But one thing that I do want to say is like these things, like people know, and I know a couple of you know what I'm on about Ellen. Ellen, she doesn't need a smack. Ellen DeGeneres. I'll tell you what, you would not be wrong. Humanity, and I don't promote violence, but humanity would not be wrong if every one of us, and that's what 7 billion people living on this planet, walked up to that woman and gave her a smack. We would not be in the wrong. That woman deserves more than that. But I think, you know what? You can't do more than you just give that a smack, because she's just part of a little web.
Yeah, that's a lot deeper. Honestly, it gets. Yeah, it's like the thing that Rotary said, the word we cannot talk about, which is true, by the way. I think it's a lot deeper meaning, but
They're all a
she
part
is.
of it.
Yeah, she's a nasty piece of work. Nasty piece of work. Yeah.
And anybody, to me, I think if you can wave it out in the public, what you've done, or what you're promoting, let's say that, because it's not speculation, but it is. You get what I'm saying? But but you can still walk around in public with that, letting everybody know that you know something that horrid, and try and make it a fashion statement. You need a smack, man. Trust me. That's what I'm saying. Humanity, you're welcome to do it, man. Your gods will forgive you. Trust me.
Well, to be honest with you, Hidden, I'm a firm believer of karma. I've done a lot of shit things in the
sometimes
past, and I think
none. For these people, there's none though. We all wish that, but there's none. What death?
Eventually.
What death? That comes to all of us, mate. A slap now, that's karma. A slap from the whole population, that's karma.
Yeah, but she's done that to herself anyway, so there's no going back. Isn't it really?
But there's no karma. She's not going to get anything. She's got her millions. Somebody said she's hiding out in England, enjoying some good food and everything. No, somebody said she's in hiding. I know she's in England. I know she's in England. So I was like, oh my God. As soon as I saw that, I said, God, you know what's in my heart. Please don't put her in front of me, man, because she's getting a slap. She's getting a slap. And if you hear about some long-haired guy, some long-haired Vietnam veteran slapping her in the face, that's me.
Or slapping him in the face or whatever. So yeah.
Because I'm gonna slap her and say, I've seen some things, man.
Mate, it's a lot of celebrities I can it's definitely worth slapping at the moment. She's in Bristol. Get out of here, Rebecca. That's that's where I live.
Rebecca's playing with you, man. She's putting you to the test. She's putting you to the test, mate. See?
I'm gonna open my pantry door, and then she's gonna be there in the kitchen staring at me,
saying, "You know too much. You're my insurance policy."
And since she hands me a pizza through, I'm like, "Oh, thank you, love, thank you." Didn't see the second word.
Man.
Oh, mate, yeah. But no, times are changing. Because I said to you before, Hidden, is like, do you think that we're going through like a frequency change, or something's changing? Like, you can feel it in the air, but I think a lot of it's to do with political, where we are at the moment. Everyone's on edge. and I think that vibration is put out into the world, and I think that's what we're all sensing. I'm
Indeed.
talking about England specifically here, as we're in a really, really bad state at the moment, and it just seems to be like a lost hope at the moment for the British people. Not going to like technical details, but you could kind of sense it in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, you know, my take on this is from an early age. This is why I don't play the game. Because from an early age, this is my belief. And I don't know why I have this belief, but I believe it. I believe everything is spiritual. And I believe everything spiritual, let's take science in this way, that spirit, it's energy. Now you see all this energy that's being created at the moment where you say England's in a bad place. It's a dark energy. It's a dismal energy. And what feeds off of that? Negative energy. See, I believe things. I believe in the third temple will rise. I believe in that. I believe in it all. I believe that how it's been presented, once we understand what they're actually talking about, I think we can. But that's what I believe. I believe this is all. We can say it's politics, but then you look at the occult in the politics. You know, we're looking at people and we're raising our fists at, let's say, our prime minister or our president or whoever's governing us. But it's the people that give them the orders that we don't even hear of. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
This is all some occult Kabbalah shit, man. Trust me, it's deep.
It's deep. It is so deep. It's a lot deeper than what people think. Go listen to the Daily Conspiracy podcast.
Or you can just look into it, man. Look into it. It's a big cabal. It's a cabal. It's all boys. Like you look where the presidents and all the politicians of America came from. Not all, but a great majority came from the skull and crossbones. Business of finances. These are all occults. I mean, like you look at George Bush when they was breaking all that up. He's got a demonic name. He's named after a demon.
What I was gonna say, yeah, it's a big club and you're not in it. That's the quote from George Carlin. Yeah, George Carlin said that. Yeah.
It sounds like something he would have said.
I
know who he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man, that's 100% truth. That's 100% truth. So when you this is the whole thing. People laugh at me for saying this, but it's, you know, when they talk about right-wing politics, left-wing politics, the wings belong to the beast. It doesn't matter because it's one thing. It's designed to set up this hatred. The moment we all sat down and smoked weed and whatever it took, but instead of seeing the differences, see what we're alike in.
Yeah.
You know, you see, weed people can get on with everybody. You smoke weed, I smoke weed. Hey, let's chill. Boom! It's done, man.
Yeah.
But then they have to bring in politics and this and that, and you know, life is so much simpler.
Yeah, I try to stay level-headed, but every time you meet someone that smokes weed, it's like you tend to be on the same wavelength, you know, have a decent conversation, you know.
You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say here, man. And I mean, to me, I done all this shit, man. Trust me, I'm telling you, I can see things ramping up because what I've always suspected. Okay, the one of the key things in this is the third temple. You know about the third temple?
What, the third eye?
No, no. No. Before whatever can manifest, it has to be brought in. Okay.
Okay.
It can be up
Okay.
there, but it's kind of like, imagine Tesla and the Tesla coil, how he gets electricity. It's all out there. You just have to have a device that can harness it.
Right.
Now, see, you're talking about, now here comes the third temple. You're talking about magic. And one of the key places that plays out where this place is going to happen, you know, if it's going to happen, it's got to be this place. It's the third temple. It's basically the Temple of David, which would have been also Solomon's temple, right? Because it was two temples. But it had to be rebuilt. So the third temple is going to be this temple. And where it is, it actually exists because the wall of it still stands in Jerusalem. You know, the Wailing Wall? You heard of that? You have?
Yeah.
Well, that's actually the wall of the temple.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's King David's temple. I think it's called David's temple, King David, because I reckon so, because it is he is credited to be the first king of Israel, but he wasn't. It was actually Saul.
Right.
But David, there you go. So in order for this to happen, there has to be a ceremony, but the main thing is the temple has to be there. It has to exist. It has to be reconstructed. But what's stopping it is what's built above it is the Rock of the Dome. Am I saying this right? Do you know the Rock of the Dome, or is it the Dome of the Rock?
No idea, mate.
Oh, you never? All right. I think it's the Dome of the Rock. It's the I think it's either the first or the second most sacred place to Islam. So it's built on top of this Jewish temple that needs to be resurrected. So to me, I always thought that's the problem. So whenever I see war ramping up, I always think, how close are they getting to this temple? Because wouldn't it just be convenient? It just got airstriked. Because then Israel, being Israel, would claim the temple back and say, for reasons of archaeological or whatever, we need to rebuild the temple.
I see.
Now here lies the rub now, and here lies the rub, where this all sounds crazy. Okay, now you could look this up if you want to. Well, I would like you to look this up. It's called. You ready? Look up gene technology. No, look up red heifer cloning. That'll probably be easier to look up. I know it sounds sensational, and it in a way it is, but in a way it isn't. It's just them trying to clone red heifers, because the ceremony calls for, I think it's 13 red heifers, or is it 7? It calls for a number of red heifers. It's not just 1 or 2. Okay. Now, do you know what a red heifer is? I think you do.
It's a castle, isn't it? The cow.
Yeah, but it has to be pure red.
Yeah, pure red. Yeah. Or ginger.
Or ginger. Well, they call them red heifers.
Yeah.
So what the problem is there hasn't been a red heifer born that passes the test. Because what happens is these red heifers, they're born, and at a certain age, they get like little white spots. So they're not pure red heifers. So they're not making this timeline. This is kind of crazy, I know. Have you found anything about the cloning of the red heifers?
No, I haven't, mate. No.
Oh, man.
I could go double check if you want.
I know I've seen it. I'm trying to think of a way it would be put up there.
How the hell do you spell heifer? Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're cloning, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, the genetically engineered red heifer. But the thing is, it's not pure though. You're
No,
genetically engineered it.
no, but it's still pure. It still passes. It still passes the timeline because if they can get it to stay, red, they need red heifers. But they need a few.
Red.
They need a few. Hey, it's all part of this. You laugh, but it's all part of the ceremony, man. It's all part of the ceremony.
I thought the ceremony was already done.
This ain't nothing. What you're seeing now ain't nothing. That's why, you know what, man? That's why I told you. I know where it's gonna end. I'm not gonna run the race. I'm just gonna have a little bit of fun in between.
Mate, I'll run the race. I would make sure everyone smokes weed, listens to Bob Marley,
Man,
watch Cheech Chong.
You know what? You know what? Once you see like this, I mean, like we're stoned now, and I know, but you saw it for yourself that they're trying to clone the red heifers.
Yeah.
Why specifically are they trying to clone the red heifers? Nobody pays any attention to this because, I probably lost the room when I said they want to build the temple. But there's all rituals. They've got the giant menorah. They need a certain amount of red heifers. This is their problem. They might get one in like every 30 years. Do you get what I mean? I can't remember the number. I think it could be 8. You know what I mean? But they need 8 red heifers to do this ceremony. So do you see what I mean? They're trying to clone them. Once they get that, man, because they've got everything in place except for that thing.
Yeah. Honestly, all this shit just goes. If it don't bother me, I'm not interested. If the world ends, I don't really. I'll be dead, man.
I get it. No, I don't know how to say it, but I get it. So I just like seeing what they're throwing at us this week.
Yeah, I tell you what, Rory. As we're going off a little bit off topic, Rory just asked me a question: what's your favorite tune to chill out? Believe it or not, Rory, one of my favorite albums of all time is. Are you could be a bit shocked by this? It's actually Chicane's album. I can't remember what it was called. Oh, hold on.
Is it in Finir?
Oh my god, what was it called? Chicane. What is the album called? Oh, it's going to drive me mental.
Is it the one with the plane? Like it looks like it's at a plane window, or
no, not Behind the Sun.
Behind the Sun.
I think it's. Oh, mate. I tell you what, there is one of my favorite albums of all time. There is a band that no one knows about in England. It's called Toy Matinee. It was only one album they released, but it's absolutely fantastic. Oh my god, Rory, I can't find it. Albums, I gotta find this one. But every time it's sunny, I'm like, right, clear blue sky, I want to go out, do the garden, smoke weed, and I normally would put that album on. Oh, it's called Far from the Maddening Crowds. That's what it's called. Rings a bell? Hey, didn't you there?
I think my camera's froze.
No, you're right.
It's definitely froze.
Swap. Absolute swap. Oh man.
I don't know. I don't know about that because I don't think it's. I don't think that guy is really much in the equation.
Herman the Tosser is giving our praises.
Oh man, I'm sorry. It's deep, man. It's deep. To every yin, there's a yang. You just got to remember that, man. To every good, there's a bad. Tangerine Dream. Oh, yeah.
Tangerine Dream. Is that an album, is it?
That's a group in it. They did like I call them car commercial music, because you'll put them on and you'll hear their music, but you'd heard it from a commercial.
Oh, right. I'll look into that, mate. Yeah. Sweet, but no, I love my my chill out music. I really do. I a big fond of chill out, like lounge music.
Yeah.
All sorts of music, really. I mean, I was in a bloody heavy metal band. I've been in a rap band, stoner metal band, stone rock band. Honestly, like so many different bands. So it's
Well, if you're a stoner, ain't any band you're in is gonna be stoner.
Pretty much, especially when we all smoked weed.
Could
I was
Mm.
go for it.
I was just gonna ask you, have you ever heard of, because one of my favorite chill out bands, have you ever heard of a band called 07?
No, I haven't. No. 07.
Yeah. I think their one was I think their album, one of the album called Wake Up Lines or something like that.
Okay.
07.
07, yeah. Never heard of him,
Destiny,
mate. Never heard of him.
yeah. 07. I've seen them twice in concert.
All right. They're a 90s band.
Yeah, 07's went to Portugal. They're proper like I saw him up in Wolverhampton, and it was just really cool because it was pocketed, because I don't think many people at that time got 07's vibe. So like I was there with my date, and I told her to sit down, and we just sat on the floor, and there was like pockets of us just chilling out, smoking weed, and it was just a really nice vibe, man. Their music's really cool.
Nice, mate. Oh, check them out. I'll definitely check them out.
Bent.
Yeah.
No, I remember that. I remember Bent as well.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. Yeah, it makes you think like how music is now is pretty much dribble crap and very unattaining. So yeah,
I'm just not interested in it. It has it just has no interest. And I mean, I feel I feel sorry for my little girl, because she's starting to hear songs and sing songs, and like I don't give a shit. Like, it all sounds stupid. It all sounds stupid to me.
Yeah, it all sounds the same. 4x4 beat.
Because it seems to have changed now, like what you were saying about celebrity. It's no more what we see as celebrity now, because celebrity status now is different, because you're celebrity on like TikTok or Instagram or one of these, you're more social media presence. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's just no talent anymore. There really is no talent. I mean, if you look at like, for instance, like a Ed Sheeran song, you got like 7 producers. Why do you need 7 producers to write a 4x4 beat with a bloody 3-chord progression? I mean, it's just like that's like a child or a flippant arsehole can write that stuff.
Yeah, but ain't it the words now?
Oh.
I mean, I look, I can't say nothing, right? Because I don't listen to Ed Sheeran. But from what I've heard, everybody wants to work with him. the girls love his music, man. But it's got some words to it. It's got some word. I think the same things that you were saying there, right? Well, ain't the Beatles accused of it? Doing just a simple melody of a 4/byte or whatever.
Yeah.
Wasn't Oasis accused of doing that?
Yeah, it's all been regurgitated down, you know.
But if it's the words and it's good, presented in a good way, does it matter about the simple? I'm not trying to defend Ed Sheeran because I've never listened to him. I can't. I mean, but all I just know is he's like the hip hop people want to work with him. Everybody wants to work with Ed Sheeran, and Ed Sheeran drops an album, man. He seems to be doing good for himself.
Yeah, but people don't realize is who was making the album. Like, for instance, if you look at Queen, you just had one producer. If you look at any of the big top bands in the world, they had one producer. If you look at Ed Sheeran, he's got 12. What do you need fucking 12 producers for? What's the point of this? Well, what's going on here? You know, because producers is what makes the song better. This is it. This is why you have a producer, is to actually improve. So it's not, what you're hearing is not the beginning product, so to speak. So
I don't know, man. I guess I don't know if that's what it takes. That's what it takes.
I guess.
I don't know. I would be so hard on the man. Make it back, man. I've never listened to one song of his though. So
Rebecca says she only listens to extreme black metal and some heavy metal. I used to be very heavily into goth music back in the day, and I sort of just grew out of it, I think, really. Yeah.
The closest I ever got to goth was The Cure.
Oh, I only like one of their songs, which is the Crow song. I can't remember what it was called. It was the soundtrack for The Crow.
Oh, I don't know. I thought they had a few good songs. But I weren't too, so I don't know if that was like the commercial end of the goth scene and there was darker music than that, but I know that was considered as goth, but but I weren't a goth. But I did like The Cure. I thought they had some catchy little beats, man.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. You just don't really hear anything like that anymore.
Nah. I do every so often. I'll tell you what I put on the other day. Jamiroquai. I haven't listened to Jamiroquai in ages, man.
Good beat. He's got a good rhythm.
And a good little voice, man.
That's the song Burn. Thanks, Ghost Quest. That was it. Yeah, the song's called Burn. Yeah. Mate, I'm like a sleeping donkey up here. I'm like
I know.
4 hours and 16 minutes. That's pretty good, isn't it?
And no, that's terrible. You guys got homes to go to?
It's good. We talked about Nikola Tesla. The chat had a good chingwag with a few people. It's been a good one.
No, I'm just going to leave it then. I was going to say, should I cut it out this bit just because people wouldn't turn? Never mind.
No, it's fine. Leave it.
So, what do you think? Any ideas for the next show or?
Yeah, Philadelphia experiment, baby. We're going to do Philadelphia experiment.
All right, and hopefully I'll be able to have videos, but I hope you guys saw an insight of what I'm actually working with.
Yeah, mate.
Was that insightful in what I'm looking at and having to work with? I think if I put that out, I've got my doubts. The only way I could do is put it out and be a debunker, and I don't want to be a debunker.
I understand, mate. I understand.
So, guys, that's me. So, what are you talking about on Friday?
I'm gonna see if I'm actually sounding a bit better. I'm still clogged up and still blowing my nose and all that sort of stuff. So I might move Friday show to Saturday or Sunday. It might be a bit of an earlier time, but I'll keep everyone updated anyway on the situation. But literally, my nose, I feel like clogged up, and I'm not in the frame of mind to live stream probably on Friday. If I'm better, that's if I'm better. But I'll keep everyone posted. But it's just going to be a rundown on all the UFO stuff and the ghost paranormal. Yeah, it's always a mixed bag on Alien Addicts. But yeah, thanks to everyone in chat. It's been amazing live show. Had a nice little chin wag, which is pretty good. And yeah, and thanks to our regulars. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, that's my cue to end it. So I was like well chilled out, but oh man, you got to understand, it's been a while since I've had a joint, and I just got stoned.
Mate,
so it's lasted too long. But yeah, I enjoyed that Nikola Tesla. It's a shame, like I said, there's more to cover. There's a lot more about this guy, and I will put in the FBI links in, and that's it, man. I hope to put out a video. If not, we're doing a live show on Philadelphia Experiment.
On Philadelphia, yeah. And hopefully the pop-up show as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Sweet.
Well, that's it. Goodbye, Nick. Goodbye, everyone. John's just rolled up. Let's go. Let's go over on Discord. Finish the show over there. Now I'm playing. I'll see you later.
Cheers, guys. Have a good night. Awkward pause.
I don't know what's going on. Oh,
it's the button that says end. End.
No, you press that, but something goes on. See, when I press.
For there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing concealed that will not be known and illuminated. Stay blessed and keep safe. This is the hidden underbelly. Stay blessed and keep safe.